Good to go. All right. Oh, I do hear one echo though. Is that me? I'll get going and then we'll sort it out. Good morning, everybody. Not quite. Great. Thank you, Russell. Good morning, everybody. This is the Committee of the Whole for the District of Squamish on December 10th, 2024. My name is Jana Stoner. I'm acting mayor this month and I'll be chairing this meeting. Hot Squalin, Queesluktamuk, Tlatsquahomish, Oakmail. We are holding this meeting on the traditional unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, you can notify our corporate officer who is present, and that today is Melissa Von Bladeau. Looking to council for adoption of the agenda, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Pettingill. All in favor? Motion passes. I will recognize that today we do have Councillor French and Councillor Greenlaw calling in and joining us online. Thank you so much for being here. I'll do my best to keep tabs of everybody's hands accordingly. We will get kick-started today on item 3.1, which is municipal speed limit reduction. I'll pass it off to Mr. McMurtry.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Remy McMurtry. I'm the Manager of Transportation, and I'll be presenting on municipal speed limit reduction today. So a bit of background, speeding contributes to approximately 30% of all traffic-related fatalities in British Columbia, and there's evidence that shows that reducing posted speed limits can lead to increased traffic safety for all modes. The focus of the discussion for today is posted speed limits. This is just one of the tools in creating safe streets. So there's many other initiatives that the district is actively working on, listed on the slide here. And a bit of additional context, the BC Motor Vehicle Act sets the default speed limit for municipalities in the province at 50 kilometers an hour. So this is speaking to changes that we'd need to make to change our speed limit. Some additional background, Council has previously supported staff to apply for an anticipated Motor Vehicle Act pilot project to lower speed limits. And this is in 2021. At that time, there was, discussion of a proposed yellow centerline approach that would be launched by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure to allow speeds to be lowered on roads without centerlines. And the direction at that time was to reduce speeds to 40 kilometers an hour and would have limited the signage required. That pilot project never came to fruition. And so we as staff decided that a new approach was required and took the approach of completing a full process, including public consultation with other communities, and looking at a little bit more holistically to understand the best approach for our community. So the process that we used is we contracted a consultant to support us with this in reviewing background research around best practices, interviews with peer communities to understand what worked or didn't work in their communities as speed limits were reduced. We created 3 Squamish-specific options, looking at a blanket speed limit option, an area-specific option, so looking at a modified speed limit in the downtown and oceanfront area, and a road classification-based option as well. We also completed 2 rounds of public engagement to understand what the community's concerns and how they feel about different speed limit reduction options, and that's led to the evaluation and the recommendations that are in the report and presented today. So the first round of public consultation was completed in March of this year, and we asked community members to identify on a map locations where they perceived safety concerns related to speed. The map shown on the slide shows that there's locations throughout our community that have been identified, and that when we looked at the location of those concerns, we see that approximately 2/3 of those concerns are on collector streets. So the classification of streets that is, for moving vehicles throughout the community, with the remaining third on local and in other sort of areas such as laneways, parking lots. So this is kind of consistent with the collision data that we saw as well, where there's more collisions on collector streets than there are on local streets in the community. Based off the feedback that we received from the public in the winter last year, we developed 3 different options to bring forward for the community to engage on and understand level of support for speed limit reduction, and then level of support for specific speeds. And that engagement found, so there's an online survey and pop-up engagement activities, that there was fairly broad support for speed limit reduction within our community, with the greatest support for the downtown oceanfront area, followed by local and collector streets. So approximately 60% of people felt that downtown and oceanfront would be, they're either extremely supportive or somewhat supportive of reducing speeds in that area. And when we asked about level of support for specific speeds in the downtown area, approximately or just over a third felt that 30 kilometers an hour was the preferred speed. Other on local and collector streets, fewer people felt that speed reductions were suitable, with the majority, the largest portion, still feeling like status quo was the best fit. To confirm our recommendation, we worked with our consulting team to evaluate the different options and looked at 5 different criteria for each of the different options that were being considered, including a blanket reduction option, which was an average of the scores across the different reduction approaches that were presented to the public. Through this, we found that the downtown oceanfront area had the highest score, and so high score here means that there'd be the greatest impact from a speed limit reduction. One thing to note out is, in preparation for this presentation, we identified a data error in the report that's in your council package. So the locations of perceived safety and concern, the local street and collector street scores were flipped, and that led to a change of the local street being scored lower than collector streets in this scoring, whereas it's the opposite in your package, but still scored lower than downtown and the blanket reduction options. Some other considerations that we looked into were the financial impacts associated with transit. And so as speed limits are reduced, you need more service hours to provide the same level of service to our transit for our transit users, and the fairly significant annual cost associated with that additional service required. So BC Transit supported us by completing analysis and showed that the additional cost would range from $60,000 to almost $370,000 annually. The staff recommendation of the downtown and oceanfront 30-kilometer-an-hour area, BC Transit is comfortable proceeding with that in advance of any transit expansion being considered or adjusted for in an upcoming AOA, but would want to observe how it actually works out. I guess this is based off an estimate. If one of the other options was preferred, there would need to be transit expansion confirmed in advance of being able to proceed with that speed limit reduction. We also engaged with local RCMP, and they're supportive of speed limit reduction, but noted that there's no additional enforcement being considered as a component of this work. One other thing to highlight, and we'll see in the next agenda item, traffic calming. So the lower speed limit, if supported by council, may result in more locations being identified through the traffic calming policy that is being updated, since one of the thresholds for selecting locations is speed above posted speed limit. So with that, we'll move to the recommendation, and the recommendation is that committee direct staff to lower posted speeds in the downtown and oceanfront areas to 30 kilometers an hour as presented in the report to council. And then a quick highlight on the budgets. We've included $165,000 in the 2025 budget for implementation, including signage and communications. This does not include traffic calming or enforcement or transit operating expenses. If a different option is recommended by council, there may be additional budget required in future years. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much for the thorough and speedy presentation. We'll go to Councillor Hamilton first.
Thanks very much, Mr. McMurtry. Could you go to the option evaluation, the point-wise option evaluation? Do I understand correctly that you were looking at these 4 options: local streets, collector streets, downtown and waterfront, and blanket reduction, and then examining the total score, seeing which one comes up the highest score, and then that becomes the recommendation? Is that correct?
Yeah, that was the way that we landed on the recommendation, is to compare the different options and score accordingly.
All right. So there's a fundamental problem with this, because the blanket reduction is the average of the other 3. It's impossible, mathematically impossible, for the average of a group of numbers to be the maximum of that group of numbers. So by the way that this has been done mathematically, it's impossible for the blanket reduction to ever win, independent of what numbers went in, just by the way it was treated. So I'm going to ignore the optional evaluation because it's it's mathematically not viable. So is there another reason that blanket reduction was not preferred besides the optional evaluation?
So I think that the evaluation considers some of the components of what make it harder to implement. And so the transit impacts is one of those. So there's additional cost associated with that. And the next slide shows $370,000 annually of additional transit service hours. Additionally, when we communicated these different scenarios with the community, there was less support for reduced speed limits on collector streets. And so part of our thinking is that this might be a direction that could be explored in the future, but starting with the area where there's highest activity, the most opportunity for conflict to occur in our downtown area, from a staff perspective, was a good starting point to see how speed limit reduction could work in our community.
And to understand, I want to understand more deeply this, the setting of the default, the possibility to change the default. In the staff report, it said municipalities do not have the authority to change the default speed limit, but we do have the authority to, say, post at, like, we've got 12 exits effectively off of Highway 99, and we could post at each of those 12 exits, speed limit is 40 kilometers an hour, and that's all we need to do for signage. Is that correct?
Through the chair, so our understanding and from consulting with other communities, that is all that would be required to be enforceable. Whether or not that would lead to behavior change is part of the question as well. And so understanding what change would actually be supportable and enforceable by our RCMP compared to what would actually lead to the behavior change that we're looking for is they're kind of different questions. But yes, from a purely enforcement perspective, changing our bylaw and then changing the signage at our gateways would be all that would be needed to change the speed limits throughout the community.
Great. Thanks very much. I have more questions, but I'll let it go around.
If we have time, I'll come back to you. Mayor Herford, go ahead. Then I have Councillor Pettingill, then Councillor Anderson, and I'm keeping an eye out for those of you folks online. Let me know.
Thank you. On the transit piece, do we have any data on the actual speeds? Like, I think one of this is sort of like a desktop exercise, but when I think about some of the streets that transit travels in the downtown, I think it's quite unlikely they hit the 50 kilometer an hour speed. So was this, how was that feedback sort of arrived at?
Thanks for the question through the chair. So we asked the same question to BC Transit, and they look at the data on what their actual travel speeds are and compare that to what the speed limit reduction would be. And I think that that's part of the, this is an estimate, and they identified that as an estimate based off the change that's being identified. But they monitor pretty closely how many service hours are required to meet the routes as served and with the posted service. And so that's something that as a change would be made, further understanding would be gained.
Okay, I think one of the unique characteristics of our downtown is the truck route that we have running through it. And the project as presented was sort of silent on that aspect. Could you speak to how that was considered in the recommendation?
Through the chair, so that the truck route that runs along Loggers Lane and the interface between our downtown, which is much going to be, or soon is going to be even more important with the Victoria Street Bridge coming online, I think is additional consideration of why a reduced speed limit in the downtown is important to minimize the risk associated with large, heavy vehicles and people traveling using other modes. So I don't think there's even though there's a truck route, I don't think that should prevent us from reducing the speed limit in the downtown area.
Yeah, I think I generally agree with that assessment, but I wonder about engagement with the source of the trucks as far as Squamish terminals, to sort of have that dialogue around what may be coming down the pipe or what's being considered, or what impacts we should what other considerations there are, given that this is a big piece. And I sort of, my first pass on it is exactly that: large vehicles. This feels like an interface we should be aware of and proactive. But I think that there just seemed to be a piece of consultation here that was a little missing with that particular body, in my opinion. And I'm wondering if there is data on speeds and just how much impact it would be. I don't know what data is available through their organization as to what is happening there. So that's sort of where I was going, similar to the first question. But thank you.
Was that a question or was that a comment?
This ended up being a comment.
Great. Councillor Pettingill, go ahead.
Yeah, just following up in the same area, I think in terms of the downtown piece, it seems the BC Transit data suggests that people are already going under 50 because they see less of a change to their timing, or less, as I understand it. And it's sort of my perception, and my perception is that in downtown, there's maybe loggers, maybe third, especially in front of the senior center, a few key places where speeds are excessive, but it almost feels like it would make more sense to address a couple specific streets, because the perception is generally, maybe because of all the stop signs and so on, it's already well below 50, regardless of what the technical, standard limit is. So do we know, like, what's our expectation of the change, the outcome? Is it really loggers and third where we would expect to see a change, or, do we actually see, contrary to my perception, that's a bunch of the other streets people are going 50? Again, my sense is that it's more an issue of people rolling through stop signs and so on, as opposed to excessive speeding downtown. I'm just wondering if we have data on that, or if we sort of understand, what our expectations of where the change might happen.
Yeah, through the chair. So we do have some data that we collect, and you're correct that most of the downtown, with the tight grid and stop condition at many intersections, doesn't see speeds in excess of 50 kilometers typically, but there still are speeds greatly in excess of 30 kilometers an hour, which is what the staff recommendation is. So our expectation is that by creating a 30 kilometer an hour zone, we would enable future traffic calming measures to support reduced speeds. And I think one of the things that, understanding the risk of, serious injury or fatality between a vehicle traveling at 50 kilometers an hour and traveling at 30 kilometers an hour, is there's a really great difference in what that risk profile is. And so in the area where there's the most conflict, we would expect that through time and through implementation of traffic calming features and future changes to street design opportunities, that speeds would be reduced throughout the downtown area.
Okay, second question. The communication, how much budget is available in that for education. I just going through the comments, I saw a lot of assumptions which were incorrect or misinformation, misunderstanding. And my fear is if we roll this out, we will face greater opposition than we might otherwise, because the understanding of what, how things happen, there's comment I saw repeatedly that if you lower the speed limits, I'll pay less attention and I'll have more accidents. And the data doesn't actually show that that's what happens, but there's things like that and sort of assumptions about what happened in Whistler. And so I guess what's our opportunity to sort of educate and for the purpose of having more public buy-in to this, because it seems like there's an educational piece missing in my mind.
Through the chair, the exact budget that would be allocated for communications hasn't been confirmed yet. There's kind of two components, I think, with that. There'd be a communications campaign around, or education campaign around the rollout and identifying to community members that this change is being implemented. But then there's also an importance of ongoing communication and sort of education to help people understand these changes as they take place. And so something that we currently work with our communications department on is to have timely education to help reinforce existing speed and traffic bylaw considerations. And so I think that there could be an opportunity to expand that if this moves forward.
Yeah. Do we have a sense, or have we looked into, to really help a greater percentage of the population sort of understand how speed impacts safety and so on and so forth? Like what an effective education campaign might cost? Like, because it seems within 135, doing the signs, doing it, that's maybe not going to cut it.
And I think a lot of this, so the signage approach, similar to what Councillor Hamilton had noted, is this is a sort of geographically constrained area. And so the signage approach of what creates an enforceable area versus how many additional signs are required to help ensure people know the speed that they're traveling hasn't been confirmed yet. Something we actually asked for support from Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure at UBCM was additional education material around speed limits and how many municipalities throughout the province are currently contemplating or have gone forward with this. And so I think that creating a robust education campaign, but recognizing that it's a single touch point if we're creating an additional education campaign as a starting place, but there's a requirement for ongoing education to ensure that the community understands what the changes or what our safe streets will look like.
Just on that, can I prod a little bit? I feel like there's third-party advocacy organizations like Vision Zero and folks like that who probably have some pretty robust material that if we wanted to do just like a stream of social media posts around when we put this out, like we don't necessarily need to develop that content ourselves. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Vision Zero BC has an entire handbook around safety, street safety, and a significant component of that is about travel speeds. And so there's a lot of material available for us to repurpose. And so I think it's working with our communications team and understanding what best tactics they think would allow us to accomplish those goals. But there's a lot of material that has been used that we can repurpose and help inform our community.
Thank you. I have Councillor Anderson and Councillor French.
Thank you. The report from the public, as has been noted, the emphasis is on collector streets in a large part of the public input, their concerns. There's numerous references to speed bumps in the feedback, and of course we'll deal with that later today. As we look at the collector streets, one I'm curious about is Westway. The others perhaps have some options for traffic calming, but I'll come back to Westway. But I'll move to the experience of Whistler. Whistler does have a program for specific locations, in quotes, specific locations. My question is, have we considered a kind of specific location treatment for example, Westway? If from my own personal experience, looking at these collector streets with the input received, there's Skyline, there's East Depot, 3rd Avenue downtown, Loggers Lane. But what about Westway? Can we consider a specific location treatment as Worcester does for that example, as an example?
Through the chair, I can speak to the Whistler example. And so Whistler implemented a default 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limit on all streets within their community. And the specific location are actually locations that are maintained at 50 kilometers an hour. And so Alta Lake Road was the example that comes to mind. I think that there was 1 or 2 others. And so these are locations that they felt didn't necessarily align with the 30-kilometer-an-hour implementation that they rolled out across the rest of the community. We have the ability to post speed limits on our streets. And as you noted, a number of the streets within our community are already posted at speeds lower than 50 kilometers an hour. So Westway in front of Valley Cliff Elementary School is also a school zone. And so this study hasn't looked at specific locations, but we have the ability and the authority as staff to post speed limits at what we feel is the appropriate speed for each street.
Thank you for that background on Whistler. I guess I'm just looking theoretically. They do something here and something there. And you're suggesting that at Whistler, the focus was on where 30 kilometers per hour does not work. All right, then. Thank you for that. We'll come back perhaps with some comments.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. I'll go to Councillor French, then Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks, Councillor Stoner. And I want to follow up on a line of questioning started by the mayor around the trucking industry and potential impacts and their feedback. Through the various engagement opportunities that were offered, I didn't see any specific feedback from that professional driving industry. Was there feedback? We just didn't see it. And if so, could you summarize what the feeling was there?
Through the chair, there was no direct feedback, and that might have been a miss on staff's behalf of reaching out. I think one thing to sort of identify is that the length of the travel route from Squamish terminals to Highway 99 is not particularly long, and a component of that is already signed at 30 kilometers an hour. And so I think that the change is not a significant change in travel time, but yeah, we didn't do any engagement directly with Squamish terminals.
Okay, perfect. And I have a few more thoughts on that, which I'll share when we get to comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor French. Councillor Greenlaw, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about the cost breakdown for the transit losses for a second. I know I've asked about this before, but do we have any information around if we increase the regularity of the bus schedule, how that impacts ridership? Like, what I'm wondering is, do we actually know that it would that it would negatively impact the economic model of ridership? Because to my mind, if we change the system so that it comes on at a regular interval, like it's always at 10 after at the bus stop next to your house, that would increase ridership. And if we change the speed limits, that would accommodate both that focus on regularity as opposed to increased frequency. Do you have any comments about that?
We didn't look into that through this study. I think there's good evidence that shows that frequency of a transit system has a significant impact on ridership, but there's also evidence that shows clock-based schedules, so consistent times are also supporting transit ridership. But frequency is typically considered, as one of the most important components to see strong ridership.
Yeah, I'd really like to see that information if somebody can get that together, because to my mind, like, effectively, I find the bus near my house unusable because it's not predictable when it comes by. Like, I mean, it's predictable because there's a schedule, but it's different every hour. So I have to actively look at the schedule every single time I want to take the bus to see what time is coming by. So to my mind, like, it certainly has deterred me and my family from using public transit. So I'd be curious to see that data. When we're talking about the we're going to be talking about traffic calming policy later on today, and public input is meant to be a significant piece of this puzzle. I've heard a lot of concerns from the public about speed on Skyline, and I was wondering if staff could speak to why they're not being considered for a location for reduced speed limits at this time.
So the staff recommendation is to focus in the downtown and oceanfront area. And so that was from feasibility of actually implementing this, as well as the feedback that we heard from the community, the area that we felt was the best suited. I'd like to highlight that Skyline already has a 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit. So the speed limit on Skyline is already reduced to the recommendation or the alternative recommendation that's provided in the council report.
Anything further, Councillor Greenlaw?
Yeah, I have one more question. I'm just concerned that without any enforcement, we'll not actually see any reductions in speeding. And I was wondering if staff could comment on the implementation of any automated speed enforcement systems.
So I don't have a ton of expertise in automated enforcement. My understanding is that that is decided by the province at locations they deem are of highest value to the province. So not something that municipalities have the jurisdiction to implement at locations of our choosing. So yeah, not something that we currently have the capacity to do, is my understanding.
Okay, thanks.
I also believe that you can do digital light enforcement, but I don't think the province allows for digital speed enforcement.
There are speed enforcement locations, a couple hundred throughout the province, and we actually, when meeting with MOTI for the Transportation Master Plan, engaged on that, and they said that, yeah, it's not sort of the municipality's discretion of where those locations are selected by. It's not actually MOTI either. I can't remember which ministry it is, but another entity that selects the locations based off their data.
Learn something new every day. Thank you very much. I have a few questions of my own, and then council, we do have a staff recommendation before us, or an alternate if you want to consider that. My questions are around the staff recommendation, and I do appreciate all the feedback that we heard in trying to make this into kind of a digestible pilot. I think one of the things that I'm challenged by is looking at the map in terms of locations of perceived safety, and that being a huge driver in how people feel safe in our roads. And the vast majority of those kind of hotspots were actually on collector roads. So how do we square that with like the proposed action that we're taking here and actually trying to respond to the variety of emails that we get and often get forwarded to you, Mr. McMurtry, in terms of making sure that people feel safe in their neighborhoods?
Yeah, through the chair, it's a great question, and something that we as staff struggled with as well, finding that right balance and understanding where to start and where we potentially want to go in the future. And then also understanding that posted speed limits are only one tool. And I highlighted earlier on that there's a variety of different infrastructure improvements that we are working towards to continue to make our streets safe for all people. And that will be a major component of both creating streets that lead to people traveling at the speed that we want, as well as creating infrastructure that provides safe options for people using different modes who are often perceiving those challenges and risks. And then one other piece that I want to highlight is, so when we looked at the public perceptions that we received through feedback, it didn't align perfectly with where we actually see collisions. And so if we look at the ICBC collision data, we actually see the highest volume of collisions within our downtown, likely due to the increased activity levels, the higher traffic volumes, and the added complexity that our downtown network brings. And so staff believe that this is a great starting point for a speed limit reduction implementation, and will help us understand what future changes should be considered.
Great, thank you for that. My second question is around the budget. And so there's $165,000 in the proposed 5-year financial plan for the 2025. Which feels like a lot. I think that if I remember correctly, that was kind of like a broad envelope depending on what approach council may take depending on this presentation. Do we have a sense of how much of that might be used if we just do the downtown pilot? Obviously, I've heard you say that we haven't scoped the full communications piece, but is it like a half of that, a quarter?
Through the chair, yeah, without scoping it completely, I think signage itself, and depending on what approach we take, is probably, yeah, half of that budget or less. But I can't speak any real detail. It hasn't been scoped at this point.
Okay. And then similar to Councillor Greenlaw, I think one of the challenges here is the reality that there's no enforcement as part of that budget. I understand that's probably a conversation with the RCMP in terms of where there's potentially some road safety prioritizations, but even simple things I know have been successful in the past, like the cop cardboard cutout, placing a vehicle, and or even just speed readers. And so what sort of kind of alternative forms to just direct RCMP enforcement might we be considering in this budget?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So in the budget, we've had issues with our existing speed reader boards not working, and so they haven't been out in the community as much as they have been previously. And so we're in the process of getting one repaired, and that budget would include purchasing an additional speed reader board that could help with some passive traffic calming enforcement. And then in our conversations with our CMP, they noted that they could support a rollout potentially. And so like not full-time staff dedicated to enforcement, but as this new program comes online, there may be potential to work with them to support an education campaign that helps people understand speed limits at the beginning.
That's great. Thank you very much. Did you have one more question, Councillor Hamilton? I'm also happy to consider a motion.
Thanks very much. I'd like to put forward a motion that council directs staff to lower posted speed limits using the 40-kilometer-an-hour blanket approach as described in the 10th of December Committee of the Whole meeting. I'll speak to it if seconded.
Would anybody like to second that motion at this time? Seconded by Councillor Pettingill. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. Well, I appreciate staff's perspective on this. I'm concerned that the 30-kilometer-an-hour approach focused in the downtown is not going to achieve the breadth of objectives that we really want to achieve here. I think of speed limits in two categories: one, safety, and two, perception. From the safety perspective, if we look at the collision data, 35% of our collisions are along Cleveland Avenue. 22% of our collisions are along Government Road. So if speed is our primary driver for those collisions, then Cleveland and Government are the only two roads we need to target. Questioning Cleveland, our highest collisions are at Cleveland and Buckley, and there's already a 30-kilometer-an-hour zone coming in at Buckley because that's already a school zone. So I'm not convinced that reducing speed in our downtown core is going to fundamentally increase safety. I do believe it will increase the perception and our ability for alternate modes of transportation to move around comfortably. I completely agree with that. And that's where I go to the other side, which is perception. On table 2 of the urban systems report talks about the concerns raised by our community. And it says that 14% of all of the concerns raised by our community are in the downtown core, which means that 86% of the concerns that were raised are not in our downtown core. And so by only focusing on our downtown core, we're ignoring 86% of our community feedback. And I think that moving to the 40-kilometer-an-hour blanket zone is simpler, reasonably cost-effective from the signage perspective. I absolutely agree it may come with a high transit cost, but frankly, if our buses are very large objects, which are heavy, and having them slow down to 40 kilometers an hour should not be perceived as a negative, even if we have to pay more for it. So that's my reasoning for the blanket. adjustment, blanket speed reduction. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Pengel, do you want to speak as seconder or do you want me? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'm a bit torn here. I almost wonder if my inclination is to have a bit more discussion. I think, like my colleague, it does seem to me that with the downtown, we have, because of the grid design and bump outs we've put on with street redevelopment, a fair bit of physical traffic calming. And so, you know, other than a couple target spots, I'm not sure we will see good value for money in terms of actual reductions. I also think the perception in this case is really important because one of our key objectives in the Transportation Master Plan is a significant mode shift. And so we have to deal with that perception. And maybe there's an education alternative, but I suspect we do need to bring down speeds on the collector roads and on local streets for people to feel safe to hit our other goals. Not sure if I will support this specifically, just because I think the cost to do the 40K effectively, I think that requires some discussion and some thought, and there may be sort of more, it may be more of a targeted, I'm not sure, on collector roads or something, but I feel like personally on this particular topic, we need a bit more than the time we've had today to dig into this. I'm just not sold on the downtown piece, but I'd have a hard time sort of fighting to the death for a specific alternative at this point.
Okay, Councillor Greenlaw, then Councillor French, then Mayor Herford.
I was just wondering if I could propose a slight amendment, a friendly amendment, and that is to have staff reduce the speed limit on Skyline, and to, in addition to what Councillor Hamilton is proposing, have staff reduce the speed limit on Skyline to 30 kilometers per hour.
I'm going to accept that as a separate motion after we vote on this one. That's all right. I feel like that's
Yeah,
more
that's
than
fine.
just an amendment.
Yeah, yeah, I'll speak in favor of the motion as well. I do question the value of implementing a 30 kilometer per hour speed limit in downtown and the oceanfront when we don't have, I mean, I guess it's preemptive for the oceanfront, but like downtown, as Councillor Pettengill was saying, I question kind of the value for money on that, because it is physically impeding anyways to speed downtown. And again, I really question these comments on the loss of revenue from transit, because we haven't seen, I really wonder if we change the transit system so that it comes at regular times, which these speed limit implications would not, sorry, I'm not really speaking very well right now, but changing the speed limit would probably not impede the ability of a bus to come on a regular schedule. Or at regular times. I really wonder if there would be an impediment to our transit budget if we looked at this a different way and we tweaked how we run the buses. Yeah. So again, I would really like to see that information of if you had regular hourly buses versus increased frequency, to really have a better understanding of the financial impacts on that. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor French, then Mayor Herford.
Thank you, and I'm speaking in favor of the motion, and in doing so, we'll acknowledge the great work that's been done by our staff. This has been a long and drawn-out process so far, and I think that's okay. That's a good thing for a project like this one. Thoughtful and mindful consideration is important. And that takes me to my next point, which is I think that there's valuable potential impact from folks like taxi drivers, taxi company owners, those in the ride-hailing business, couriers, and other professional drivers. These are the people that are on our roads every day for full days and have a good, solid understanding of exactly what's going on out there. And I think that their input has significant potential value. So I definitely support some effort to have some direct feedback from that industry. And thank you, Councillor Greenlaw, for singling out Skyline Drive. I think that it deserves to be singled out, and I look forward to our next conversation on that.
Mayor Herford, go ahead, and I'll go to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion. I think the approach presented by staff in the report, so 30K downtown, as a starting point for for this work, I think is appropriate. I've heard some conversation around the transit impact. We're looking at just over $220,000 transit impact between the two options, and I think that as we're really working hard to increase ridership, I think it's really, really important that we don't go backwards there, and we take that $220,000 if we choose to invest that in transit and actually advance our transit goals, not just get us back to where we are today. So I think we're hearing about Skyline, and I generally agree with Skyline being slower. It's already a 40K zone. So when I think about the impact of this, I don't think that it has as profound enough impact as the community is really asking for, to go 40 across the board. I think some areas may need additional work. We know we have our neighborhood ways. We know we have Skyline has some special treatment and maybe deserves more. We also have our traffic calming work in the next agenda item. So I think these things all need to sort of fit together. And I don't think that this, as much as the motion is 40K everywhere, which feels like it's moving the needle a lot, I don't think that for the extra expense it'll have the impact that we're looking for here. So I'm in support of the staff recommendation. If this fails, I'll be moving that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I will also not be supporting the motion. Transit issues being only a part of it, though, my main concern is that I feel that we're in a learning and trial process, and that the topic of the next agenda item, traffic calming, is a big part of the picture and a big part of our learning and trial process. I would like to make two more additional comments. One, the definition of the downtown. It's not a topic that Council has addressed recently, but it did quite intensively some years back for the second to last OCP, when we decided the downtown included east of the highway, and during 3 efforts out of downtown neighborhood plan, when the boundaries of the downtown were discussed quite intensively and changed back and forth. And I consider this with respect to the Buckley intersection and the shopping mall and the school area, Squamish Elementary School. This is just a footnote, if you like. I don't want to place too much emphasis on this, but I do think it's a consideration for our planning efforts, is how we map the downtown. Across on the east side is the Adventure Center, and we'll deal with this road, or I would hope to speak to it a little bit later. But we have 2 crosswalks there and a significant institutional presence. And I think that perhaps we should also be wondering whether that's part of our downtown for some of our planning work. More importantly, I'm very concerned about the lack of engagement with the trucking community with respect to the Loggers Lane truck route. And this has already been addressed by a couple of my colleagues. The downtown trucking industry stakeholders are more than Squamish terminals. The dryland log sort facility is not going to be phased out anytime soon, and it has been used by other users in addition to the forest industry, including Squamish terminals. There's also the construction activity, which will unfold on the oceanfront peninsula. So I see really 3 engagement partners there: Squamish terminals, the dryland log sort, which is Squamish Nation business arm, and Matthews West. An issue is not only speed, but safety. And of course, that is our overriding issue. But there are other safety issues besides speed on that truck route. I feel they should be necessary partners, and partners with a capital P. We've in fact been formal partners with Squamish Terminals on a application to the National Trade Corridors Fund for money to improve that truck route and enhance it with different facilities. And I think it is very important that we do make an effort to engage, a deliberate effort to engage with them. I happened during the last 2017 downtown truck route study was a representative of that trucking sector. And it's from that background, I'd just like to pass on that these are busy people and they don't necessarily have it in front of on their work plate, this survey opportunity. And I think it's just simply good policy that we treat them as partners in this type of planning work for downtown. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Anderson. Can I just seek clarity from the mover of this motion before I make my comments? I heard from staff that implementation of the 40 kilometers an hour actually isn't possible in this year's budget, given the transit implications and us not having a budget allocated. So was the intention to put it into this year's budget or to move it for next year?
So as you know, it's not as simple as just putting into our budget. So the motion, because we have to, just to be clear on that, is because we have to have the agreement of BC Transit to increase the funding. And so the motion is to move forward with our intent to change those speed limits and do what we need to do from a budget perspective to and in agreements with BC Transit to make it happen.
May I propose, I'm going to propose an amendment to your motion. And that is to follow the alternative staff recommendation number 1, that council directs staff to lower speed limits in the downtown and oceanfront area to 30 kilometers an hour and install a blanket speed limit reduction to 40 kilometers an hour everywhere else in the community. Is that too far from your original intent? Okay, then I'll just speak to it and then we can see where it lands. So speaking to the motion on the floor as put forward by Councillor Hamilton, I won't be supporting it at this time. In part because I think the realities of us actually being able to achieve and implement that is not possible in the short term. It will take at least a year for us to be able to at least have the conversation with BC Transit, realign our operating agreement, and ensure that either their speeds are actually only 40 kilometers an hour, which I think is probably a reality. Like, I don't think our buses are actually going more than 40 kilometers an hour in most of their bus routes, with the exception of on the highway potentially, with a few small exceptions maybe on Government Road. So I think that there's some flushing out there to do on the transit factor before we move forward with the blanket 40 kilometers an hour, just so that we're all on the same page. I think for me, moving forward with 30 kilometers an hour in the downtown and oceanfront area, I think makes good sense at this time, because it almost just stabilizes what is currently happening for the most part. I don't think it's necessarily going to lead to really differentiated behavioral outcomes, but it will formalize what is already happening for the vast majority of downtown. And as downtown gets more busy with Victoria Street Bridge coming online, more folks moving through the downtown core, it will hopefully allow us more enforceability in those key areas like Loggers Lane and 3rd Avenue, where we have gotten a lot of correspondence. My biggest hesitation around the motion that's on the floor with regards to 40 kilometers an hour is whether it will actually deliver the outcomes that we're looking for, which is reduced speeds. And without a solid approach around education and enforcement, I think it's really challenging to just change the signs and feel like we've done something that is successful. I think you need a more robust plan in place to make sure that you are actually achieving the outcomes, whether they're perceived outcomes or actually data-driven outcomes to reducing speed limits. But I don't think that just changing the signage at the entry of every single turn off from the highway is actually going to achieve what it is that we're hoping to achieve. I think we have really good examples of that where we already have school zones. We have Skyline, which is at 40 kilometers an hour, and it's one of the areas where we get the most correspondence about because nobody actually drives 40 kilometers an hour on Skyline, despite the fact that's the posted speed limit. So I do think that this is one tool in the toolbox along with everything else, and moving to that 40 kilometers an hour at this point without further engagement with BC Transit, at actually looking at the data on the bus routes, to me, that envelope of cost is just too high. So I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. Councillor Pettingill, go ahead.
Just wondering if I can ask for some procedure guidance here. And I guess I'm wondering if this fails and an attempt to just push the staff recommendation also fails, because this is committee of the whole, does that prevent us in the near term from reconsidering this? Or, if I had concerns about that, am I better to just test a motion to table this discussion and then we can sort of come back to it? Or does it? Yeah. Is there a?
We'll turn to our corporate officer in a second, but I do think that we are intending to give staff direction here. It does not, just because a motion fails, doesn't mean that everything stops. We need to leave this table by giving staff direction. So if we test another motion and that fails, then I think we put forward a motion to bring it back for reconsideration, or direct staff to do some more work on it to bring it back for further discussion. But staff are just seeking direction at this point. It's not a pass or fail.
There isn't anything that would prohibit you from putting an additional motion on the floor to refer this back. Yeah.
So I'll call to Councillor Greenlaw. Is that a new hand or is that a legacy hand?
Yeah, it's a new hand. I'm just I'm just reflecting on some of the things that you just said, and I'm wondering, I'm hearing a lot of concerns about not consulting the trucking industry, not having sufficient information about the transit impacts, and I'm just wondering if we should just refer this back to staff and get more information about those pieces. I also wonder, one of my biggest concerns around speeding is that people are speeding regardless of the speed signs that we put up, right? And if we don't have any means of enforcing the speed limits, and I'm not expecting our RCMP to have the capacity to enforce these increased speed limits, these reduced speed limits, I should say. Like, should we not be exploring some other options, as you were mentioning earlier on, with cardboard cutouts and those kind of low end, but please just slow down kind of reminders, as opposed to introducing these broad sweeping speed reductions that could very well not be effective because there is no implementation.
Okay, thank you for the additional comments. I'm going to call the question on the motion on the floor. And if we feel like we want to refer this back to staff with further comments, we can. If somebody wants to test a different motion with respect to either the staff recommendation or one of the alternatives, we can do so. So on the motion that's on the floor, which is a blanket reduction of 40 kilometers an hour, all those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Anderson, Councillor Pettingill, Mayor Herford, and Councillor Stoner opposed. Councillor Greenlaw, I saw your hand, but I'm not sure for what part of the vote.
I supported.
Okay. Councillor Greenlaw's in favor. So motion fails. I'll go to Mayor Herford.
Okay. Thank you. I think I'm going to propose a version of one of the alternate recommendations, that council directs staff to lower posted speed limits in the downtown and oceanfront area to 30 kilometers an hour, and then bring back or include a blanket speed limit reduction to 40 kilometers an hour elsewhere in the community for the 2026 budget process.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I think, yeah, I think this approach allows us to move with the budget that we have allocated to this project already. Second, provides the direction to staff to further investigate what the impacts would be and really solidify the numbers of what it would take to implement from a not just a sort of a signage perspective, but also an operational perspective. So I hear the concern of the community and of the folks around this table that they want to push out further than the downtown core, and I generally agree with that. And I think this is a way that we can do that in a better informed way, which also gives us time to work with the community to get them ready for this change that's coming. And in a practical sense, I don't think is much different from the previous motion we just heard, because we didn't have the budget allocated to actually achieve that across the community in the short term. So looking forward to your support of this motion. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion on the floor? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. I will be speaking in support of the motion. While I recognize as my previous motion and my comments on my previous motion, I don't believe that the 30-kilometer-an-hour zone downtown is going to achieve our objectives, but I am in agreement that the 40-kilometer-an-hour blanket zone coming later may achieve some of these objectives. And speaking briefly to the comment or the thought process that we shouldn't change the speed limit because without enforcement, the speed limit change doesn't have any effect. The speed limit change is a necessary step in having the enforcement actually happen. So I'm in complete agreement that it doesn't happen. If we change the signs, that's not going to automatically make everybody drive slower. But it is a necessary first step. So anyways, I'll speak in support of the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill and Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn here. I'm sort of leaning towards not supporting it, just for a couple of reasons. One, I do support speed reductions, and I think though, I'm not. For me, it seems the best bang for a buck is a little more targeted downtown. When I look at especially our 2026 financial plan, it's scary already, and to add this expense to 2026, that's challenging. I also feel that if we want to be successful, given the public perception on this, I think there's a real education piece to that. And I think council, this is a topic where it's pretty important, I think, for council to come with one strong mind and voice to set that expectation. I think if we're split on speed reduction, it sends a really counterproductive message to the community. So I would prefer to us actually take just a small step back and have another longer committee of the whole and just sort of hash through, I think, what happens next. And it's maybe something in this ballpark, but I'm worried about a big expense, new expense in 2026. And I'd like to make sure that whatever we move forward with next is effective and has the full weight of all of council behind it.
Thank you for your comments. I do want to clarify that the motion is for consideration in the 2026 budget, so it's not baking it in there from the get-go. Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Chair, consideration for the next year are the magic words. I feel that, again, we are in a learning process. We're undertaking trials, not least with the upcoming discussion, what topic we'll be discussing upcoming traffic calming, a big part of the picture. So we have some time for gathering more information and for learning over the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo some of the sentiments of Councillor Pettingill. I do also think that this is something that's worth having a little bit of a step back and consulting our trucking industry and further consultation with transit to understand what the impacts are going to be before we kind of rush into it. And I don't necessarily think that this is a step that needs to be taken prior to increased enforcement on speeding. Like, we kind of just need increased enforcement on speeding because we already have people speeding a lot through all of our neighborhoods. So, yeah.
Thank you for your comments. I will be supporting the motion on the floor. I think that this sets us up well to take some action. This was identified as a priority by council in our last recent strategic plan, despite it not being fully supported unanimously by council, but it was identified as a piece that we wanted to move forward as a body. And so I think taking action this year is important. And I think that while I appreciate my council colleagues' comments to want to talk about it some more and bring it back to another committee of the whole, we have almost doubled our time that was allocated on this specific topic on this agenda. And I think that the motion in front of us allows us to take some action in a geographically distinct area, start the education campaign, continue to have a conversation with our community about reducing speed limits, while at the same time gathering the information from the trucking industry, from the drivers, the professional drivers, and from transit on the implications of reducing to 40 kilometers an hour for the rest of our community. So I think that it strikes a balance that allows us to bring back this conversation and perhaps, unfortunately, creates a bit more work for staff. But this is an ongoing dialogue. And so I think the 30 kilometers an hour in downtown allows us to pilot some of it. I would really love to see, I think, from an enforceability perspective, I don't necessarily think more RCMP all the time is what's going to solve the problem. The creative solutions around cardboard cop, but also I like envision this like brigade of citizens who have like pledged to just always drive the speed limit. Like that's one of the most like legit ways to slow everybody down, is if there's one car who's going at or below the speed limit. And so do we have 100 people in the community who sign on who say, I will always drive just below the speed limit? And then you slow everybody down. Like I think that there's other ways that we can really think about this that actually engages our community. And there's a lot of really active vocal citizens who are concerned about street safety and road safety, and how do we empower them to take action, and how do we support them in doing so. So I think those will be interesting conversations for the year to come. And with that, I will call to question any opposed. Not seeing any opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And we will carry on with Mr. McMurtry for item. Oh, yeah, Lauren, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to propose another amendment or another motion.
Oh, yeah,
to
go
have
ahead.
The speed limit on Skyline reduced to 30 kilometers an hour. Also, I really like what you just said, Councillor Stoner. I agree. We need more people just taking action and driving the speed limit.
Thank you. We have a motion that has been tabled to reduce the speed limit on Skyline to 30 kilometers an hour. Is anybody willing to second that at this time? I'm not seeing a seconder, Councillor Greenlaw. Oh, Councillor French is seconding. All right, go ahead, speak to it, Councillor Greenlaw.
Oh. Yeah, this is just a road that we've had a lot of concerns about from local residents. And yes, the speed has been reduced, but and there are other options that we can implement, like speed bumps, effective speed bumps. But this is a street that we hear a lot about from our community, and a lot of really legitimate concerns for safety, like children having near misses with cars. And it also heavily impedes, having that be like a not so safe road heavily impedes our active transportation network, and it takes a beautiful little community and means that they have to get into their car for safety to go to the grocery store, to go to school, stuff like this. So I think that kind of anything that we can do to keep that road accessible to active transportation is a good idea, and I think this would help.
Go ahead, Councillor French, then I'll go to Mayor Harford.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Stoner. I have heard the message loud and clear from the residents of Skyline who are begging us to do something. And taking the speed limit down from 40 to 30 is not the final solution for Skyline, but it's something, and I want to deliver it for those Skyline residents. I truly believe that the most effective way to slow traffic on Skyline is through traffic calming, potentially one way. Some research needs to be done on that, but getting that speed limit down 10 more kilometers per hour, I think will help.
Go ahead, Mayor Harford.
I'm just thinking about this, and I like the conversation and the general, like what we're trying to achieve here, but I had some questions around this next presentation we're going to have as it relates to this subject matter. So I think maybe we should, I feel I'd be better equipped to have this conversation following the presentation and conversation that we're about to have around traffic calming, so we understand all the tools available to us. We're just coming off a speed limit discussion. We're looking at using a speed limit tool to address a community concern, and maybe that is the right one. I just really like to have this next conversation first. So that's where I am. I'd look to my colleagues to see if there's a way through this, whether we retract the motion and try again after the presentations. And I'm going to suggest that Skyline might come up a little bit in this conversation of traffic calming, so we can better understand all the tools we have available to us.
Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Pettingill.
Yes, I agree with Mayor Herford. I would much rather see this resolution or potential resolution be addressed following or during our discussion of the traffic calming. There's a basket of issues here, and speed is only one of them. There's also e-bikes, which is another speed issue. Thank you. I will not be supporting this motion.
I'm just looking to our corporate officer to see if this motion had to be withdrawn or if we can defer it to following the next presentation.
It would probably be best to withdraw it and then put it on the floor again.
So to the mover, I'll just let you ponder that. You've heard from some of your council colleagues. So whether you're willing to entertain that or if you'd like to move forward with the motion as presented on the floor.
Yeah, I'll withdraw and propose after the next conversation. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thanks.
All right. And with that, we are on to, I don't think so. Item 2 of 3 with Mr. McMurtry, and only in 45 minutes behind schedule. Maybe you could get a glass of water for Mr. McMurtry while you're back there. You got a water bottle? Okay. Need coffee? What, do you need anything else? All right, we are on item, let me make sure I do this for the record. We're on item 3.2, traffic calming policy update, and I'll pass it over to Mr. McMurtry for our presentation.
Great. Thanks again, Mayor and Council. And one thing, yeah, and apologies from Dora. She is at home sick, and so wasn't able to join me today for this presentation. This next presentation is on a traffic calming policy update that is included in your council package. Bit of background. So traffic calming is the installation of mostly physical measures that are intended to slow vehicles and increase safety for all road users. Some examples are shown on this slide. The traffic calming policy confirms the process that will be undertaken to screen and prioritize traffic calming requests from community members. The previous traffic calming policy was approved in 2003. And it was deemed that an update was required to align with best practices, a more recent Transportation Association of Canada guideline, and to align with the current transportation priorities that we see in the district. Highlights of some of the changes from the 2003 policy is an overall simplification of the process, including removal of detailed references to specific dates, council reports, and staff time. 2 streams have been identified for the updated policy. So traffic calming initiatives will be divided by local and minor collector roads, and which would be initiated by residents, and then district-led improvements on major collector roads. There's been an adjustment of the references to the road classifications to align with our district current road classifications. And the acceptable traffic calming measures for given locations will now be determined through the TAC guidance as well as staff expertise rather than a static list that's housed within the policy. Yeah, and that is some of the highlighted changes. So this next slide highlights the process for resident initiated traffic calming requests on local and minor collector streets. So the first step would be that a resident would submit a traffic calming request either online or in a paper format. Staff would review the request against the screening criteria, which includes collisions as well as speed and volume thresholds. In most cases, it would include a traffic count to assess the speed and volume at that location. And then would move on to, for any of the locations that meet the minimum criteria, would move on to prioritization. And locations would be prioritized based off the criteria listed on the slide. So vehicle speed, pedestrian facilities like sidewalks, multi-use paths, traffic volumes, collision history, and then pedestrian generators. So locations that you would anticipate to see more people accessing, such as schools, rec centers, parks, things like this. And then the top priority locations will be identified, and any available budget will be confirmed to lead to the next step of developing traffic calming plans for the areas where improvements are identified. Depending on the scale of the impact from the recommended treatments, public consultation may be required or may be carried out. And then implementation would be the final step. So this is, installing the traffic calming measures, such as the speed hump shown in this photo, and opportunities to explore pilot projects or using sort of interim treatments would be considered as well to understand how effective other tools may be at reducing speeds. Once a new traffic calming measure has been implemented, staff will monitor the location and help inform future decisions around traffic calming treatment options. The process for major collector streets is different. And so this major collector streets based off the policy would be district led. And this is for roads where the intended purpose is more than just serving the local community. So it's providing access and primary routes for emergency vehicles. And not all traffic calming measures may be suitable for all major collector streets. And additionally, it'll enable coordination with other road capital projects. So the example that's shown on the slide is on Mamquam Road at Willow Crescent. And it shows a capital project where there was an active transportation upgrade as well as a sewer upgrade. But the design looked at traffic calming opportunities to reduce road lane widths and to introduce a curb bulge at the intersection to help reduce traffic speeds. So the recommendation in the report is that committee recommend to council to approve the amended traffic calming policy as presented in the report. And the next steps, if this is supported, is to update the website to create the request form and communicate to the public the new traffic calming policy in effect. And then we'll work to screen and prioritize an initial set of resident initiated projects and work towards implementing the first of those projects in 2025. Now I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll start with Mayor Herford. Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess the policy itself, once we have the feedback from the community on there, the prioritization of that I found wasn't quite clear. I know that the capital involved or complexity is one of the factors. I could see some things being quite expensive, other things being less expensive. And was that piece, how are you prioritizing that? And I could see some pieces around I'll start there. I've got another question around this as well.
Through the chair, I don't believe capital complexity was in the prioritization criteria. So the 5 categories are vehicle speeds, dedicated space for pedestrians, traffic volumes, collision history, and integration with active modes. I think moving towards the development of those implementation plans, the cost and complexity of specific projects may mean that a more costly project needs to be I guess deferred until there's budget available to do it, but that the prioritization would still identify that as the highest priority and that funds would be allocated as accordingly.
Okay, I'm going to think about that for a second. I think I just wonder how we get there and like how we achieve those bigger ones and continue, because I could see it being impactful where, you know, $10,000 projects around the community might have a larger safety impact, but or a broad impact, but maybe we need this one that's $100,000. And how do we make that, like, where's the guidance making that decision? I feel like that deserves some more consideration here. I know that likely plays into other capital projects, but just feels like a bit of a gap. Or was that not meant to be addressed through this piece? This was more just surfacing the concerns.
And I think the way we, through the chair, tried to address this was the distinction between major collector roads and then minor collector and local roads. So covering more of the minor, lower traffic volume, typically less complex scenarios would be in a local road minor collector street classification, and then a more significant improvement and a project that would touch more people throughout the community would be on those major collector roads. So that was the distinction that we made.
Okay, and I think one of the things I was thinking about is as the feedback comes in, or as the community is experiencing moving about the community and they want to provide the feedback, I think we still want to encourage the feedback on the ones that would ultimately be district led. So we understand which problems we're setting out to solve as we make those more major investments when the time is right, and maybe drive some prioritization of these things. I get there are distinctly different categories of things, but how do you see the public under what's proposed? How do you see the public providing that feedback and sort of that additional perspective to those more major decisions that are needed?
Yeah, through the chair, a great comment and question. I think that, yeah, the intent would still be to identify locations throughout our community where people are seeing concerns with traffic speeds and want improvements to be to address some of those concerns. I think that tying it to the prioritization and the timing of when these projects would be implemented allows us to align all of our different capital plans and recommendations that come from the Transportation Master Plan, come from the different safe and active route to school plans. So there's sort of a layering of different plans that have identified a need of improvement. Definitely would hope to still gather feedback from the community anywhere where they see problems.
Okay, thank you. And I suppose I'm happy to see this come forward. You know, when we have a new policy, or anytime a new policy comes out, it's that sometimes that transition time can be a bit tricky. Is staff suggesting that this is sort of a hard reset on our feedback, and we take everybody and put them through this new process, or what do we do with the data that we have and the feedback that we've accumulated over time doing this work?
Through the chair, yeah, so we definitely have comments that we receive from the public, and we would plan to use this approach to address those comments for locations that we haven't had the opportunity to install traffic calming treatments so far. And so that would allow us to use the information that we've already received from the community as a starting point. And by having a prioritization tool, it will ensure that we're addressing the problems that have the most significant impact or potential to impact the greatest number of people or people of most need. But yeah, we don't intend on doing a reset sort of from the day that the policy is brought in.
We aren't throwing out all the comments we've received to date, just to clarify.
No.
Great. One more clarification on the mayor's point.
I just wanted to be clear. I wasn't saying that was what was happening, but I just wanted to make sure that we weren't being perceived that way. So.
For folks who are trying to submit a complaint, say for government road, that's a major collector, can they still go to that online form and submit that way?
So the online form hasn't been developed yet, but they would be able to go to the online form, but the information would say that public initiated comments or complaints are limited to local and minor collectors, but we still want feedback. So I think that we'll deal with that as we're developing the form to ensure that we can still capture that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have Councillor Hamilton next on my list. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think updating our policies on particularly on how we receive feedback and input from the community is extremely important, and how we prioritize it. Yeah, I see two challenges, like two difficulties that we may run into as we try to implement this policy. The first was brought up already, which is the budget piece, which is always challenging, but that's the responsibility. It's the honor of council and staff to put forward budgets that make sense. The other one is data collection, and first question is, do I understand correctly when we say traffic count, we mean one of those little rubber hoses across the road that just count the number of cars. Is that our technology for counting traffic and collecting data?
Through the chair, so the district owns a radar-based traffic counter. So it uses radar technology to count and also to observe the speeds of traveling vehicles.
Okay, and so we've got one of those. So when a concern comes, and how long does it take to typically evaluate a concern? Let's pick a concern, skyline, and how long would we leave the radar up there typically to collect enough data to get something meaningful?
So we don't have a defined process, but typically it's up for at least a week, and a little bit of it depends on the volume of other locations, and then we're hoping to have a more systematic approach to regularly collect data along major collectors as well as known problem areas, just to observe changes and understand how our community is continuing to evolve.
Yeah, very good. So that's what I'm driving at here, which is a concern that's sort of the question here, the traffic calming policy. I'm very supportive of that. But in order to implement it effectively, I think we need a significant increase in the amount of data we're collecting around our community in traffic. We have to have, in order to prioritize, like I see a challenge with saying, let's pick Skyline because it was a conversation. Skyline, we have a concern here. So we're going to put a traffic counter there, and we've got traffic counts for Skyline. But then our traffic counts for some other road that we're trying to prioritize Skyline against is a year or 2 years old that happened, before a major development. So it's going to be very difficult to actually compare one piece of data to another when the data are being collected over extremely long time periods, like disparate time periods. So I see a challenge in our prioritization. So with this policy, I see a need that we're going to need to increase our infrastructure to monitor traffic significantly to implement this effectively. Anyways, that's more of a comment. Thank you.
Do you want to respond to the comment? You don't have to. We are doubling up. We're going to get 2 traffic counters.
I can add that it's not only the hardware, it's staff time and capability. And so it's a process that we're working towards to have a more systematic approach to collecting data to support decision-making. 100% agree with that as a need. And then also thinking of the prioritization where traffic speed and volume are one of the prioritization criteria. They're not the only prioritization criteria. And so I think it's worth us thinking about it holistically and understanding that any single data point will influence that, but we also have other factors that will help us decide which locations are the best suited.
Thank you for that. Councillor Anderson, I have you next, and then Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you. My first question concerns the status of Table 3, acceptable traffic calming measures, in what I take to be our present old policy from 2003. Firstly, to explain my query, I tried to map out what is a minor collector road and what is a major collector road. Among these streets that do have issues for the public, I tried to map them out, and I did not find an easy answer, which leads me to Table 3, because Table 3, under vertical deflection and horizontal deflection methods, respectively, speed bumps don't have a check mark under collector. And under horizontal deflection, traffic circles don't have a check mark under collector, and neither for arterial. Now, in my experience traveling in other countries, there's traffic circles everywhere on all categories of road, including major highways. Speed bumps. My question, Mr. McMurtry, is, are we being constrained here by Table 3, or is this an old policy and that we're going to take a flexible approach as to how we might apply, say, a traffic circle or a speed bump on major or minor collector routes?
Thanks for the question through the chair. Yeah, so this is the old policy that was included as reference. So we're updating the policy and have included the old policy in the report as an attachment as well. And so that table would no longer apply. And as I noted, we would use the guidance from the updated TAC, Transportation Association of Canada, traffic calming guidelines, as well as sort of expertise from staff or consultants as needed. So yeah, there's a whole suite of options that are suitable for different road classifications in different contexts that will be considered.
Thank you. I'm relieved at that. My second question concerns the criteria and the definitions we are using in language to describe these criteria and the prioritization process in the new versus the old policy. Now, when I look at the report from Urban Systems under overview, and they are mentioning an issue in one of their bullet points that does not apply to Squamish at all. I used to live in Vancouver, and discouraging through traffic, shortcutting local streets is a major issue, but not for Squamish. So I get suspicious. We have a consulting firm, maybe from the city. They've just come out of a city planning school. I want to talk about the nuances of Squamish, and this is my concern. In the old policy, under the evaluation options, evaluation framework, it has looser language. It says including both technical and social aspects. And I like that broad language because it seems to me that we have a wide diversity of situations here in Squamish. Throw out a couple of examples. We have a cluster of seniors' residences on a portion of 3rd Avenue between Pemberton and Bailey. In fact, we'll have more seniors living there in future. That's kind of a unique situation, a social aspect. We have a unique topography on Skyline, not only on the Skyline Drive itself, but on the driveways. That's unique to Squamish, our topography. A third example, the trees that obstruct the view when you're driving from the Cleveland and intersection at the highway to the Adventure Center. You can't see what's going on around those corners. We have blind corner visibility issues unique to Squamish. So I want to see criteria, definitions, and prioritization process that takes that into account. My question is, in the new policy, it loses that language, and all we have is references to integration with active modes, and I'm looking here in the traffic calming will be considered at locations based on the following criteria under step 2. There's just no allowance for these unique situations that we have. Are you comfortable that the new policy and the suggested evaluation process can take into account these unique situations we have on our streets?
Thank you for the question. I think that the basic threshold is there a speeding issue? And if there's a speeding or a collision issue, then it's suitable to implement traffic calming measures. I think this kind of comes to the question of, is this the right speed limit for this street, is not something that this policy is trying to inform. So and I think those context specific considerations is dealt with in a case-by-case basis, and not necessarily something that the policy would be informing. This is more informing what is the posted speed limit on the section of road with a concern. Is there an issue that can be addressed through traffic calming?
I take it you are comfortable then that we're not going to lose a member of the public or a group of our citizens that see an issue and a solution that's not going to be captured in the process we lay out in our new policy.
Yes, I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have Councillor Pettingill next. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just personally, I think there's a lot of parallels between what Squamish is facing in terms of traffic and obstructions and through streets being used when they are meant to be local streets. I think that happens everywhere. And so to me, a lot of the allusions to that in the policy make sense. And you know, of course, they're not going to have our exact street, but the circumstances in general, I think, are pretty common where there's cars and people. The thing I wanted to check on, is there a reason why we couldn't or wouldn't include cost or complexity, technical feasibility in the prioritization? And I guess I'm worried about if the public identifies this one item as, the priority, we list it as the priority, but then we don't get to it for 10 years because it's super expensive and we can do a lot of lower hanging fruit and save a lot more lives. Still, for the public's perspective, like we said, that's the priority and you haven't done it for 10 years. Like, so is there a way we can sort of incorporate, and maybe it's just semantics at this point, but so that there's an understanding of these things are all being played into the final priority we're setting?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, and a good consideration. I think that's something that we can take back and consider. And I think another option for us to consider is at what point does it go from being a traffic calming project that maybe is some of the lower hanging fruit to something that spills over to a capital project that's being addressed through some of the other transportation improvements that are being considered throughout the community. It's hard to have nuance and capture that. I think that some concerns with including cost and complexity in the prioritization is that just because something is more costly doesn't necessarily mean that it should be a lower priority. It might mean that it's implemented at a later date. And so it could still be a high priority, but implemented out of order because of available budget. So I don't think cost and complexity should necessarily inform when it comes to traffic calming, at least inform when or the prioritization of it's applied to different locations.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess, maybe again, it's down to semantics. Because what I'm sort of hearing is one thing is sort of public demand or desire, and a list that subsets that versus the priority, which is, to my mind, the actual order in which we're going to deliver these things. And I just, although it's semantics, I also think it's important for people to see that they are being listened to and everything's being considered. And so I'm just, yeah, I guess maybe it's turning into a comment of this is a piece. I think we need to think about how we're communicating these different pieces, which are all important, I think.
Thank you. I have a few questions myself, and then I'll go back around, and we're going to try and move towards recommendation because we are already 10 minutes into lunch. I read the policy. I think it makes good sense. The first thing that jumped to mind was, what is our actual capacity to implement this? So like, what happens if we have 10 versus 20 people who submit a form? Like, how long do we think it would actually take staff to go through the prioritization process for each of the submissions?
Through the chair, actually prioritizing is something that isn't super time intensive, that we're able to implement traffic counters as we have complaints or concerns that come in from the community. The part that's more staff intensive is developing implementation plans, and so that's the next step towards implementation that would be more intensive. And I can't give you a super direct answer of, if there's 10 or 20 locations. A lot of it will depend on what that context is, what are the recommended treatments, and how quickly something could be implemented. I could see a scenario where a package of traffic calming improvements can be delivered annually in a package to make it easier for a contractor to deliver. And there may be some smaller opportunities with using public works staff or some other approach that could allow us to implement things. But yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you. My other question, I think building on some of Councillor Pettingill's questions, is I think one of the challenges, we do some level of prioritization already, but I think one of the challenges that we have is communication of that prioritization list and how we are taking action on it. So I just wonder if staff have given some thought as we develop that online form, how do we also communicate back out to the public that either like that area has already been submitted and is part of the prioritization, or do we list the top 5 priorities with like a bit of an explanation every 6 months as to why it's changed? Or do we have any thought process around what that looks like in terms of keeping the community informed?
Through the chair, we haven't spent time considering what that might look like. I think good suggestions as far as keeping the community informed and trying to stay as updated as possible. And there's definitely sometimes challenges with keeping the website actually up to date. And so balancing staff capacity with what makes the most sense, but definitely something we'll consider as we're developing the website.
Okay, thank you for that. I did see a few half hands that might want to come back around, so we'll make it quick. We'll go to Mayor Herford, then Hamilton, then Penny.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the comments around sort of what was the phrasing, the workarounds or the knock-on effects to people short the cut throughs. I think this is actually quite an issue and is why we need to have a policy like this to ensure that we're not having unintended consequence. I'm sure if you talk to the people on Highlands Way North and Perth Drive, you're going to talk about why they choose one or the other. I would also argue, being a resident of downtown West, we'll call it, that one of the reasons I think that we have challenges in front of West Wind's building is that it skips a light and a stop sign if you're heading to that part of the community. So you've got people taking the path of least resistance. So as we contemplate making changes, including 2 speed limits on the fly at this table, I think it's really important that we have the guidance in this policy for our staff to make these decisions so that we know what the impact is. The Skyline, a change on Skyline, particularly the upper part of Skyline, will absolutely have a knock-on effect to Braemar. We need to really understand these pieces, and that's why our staff do this. So I think that's actually a very important piece, and is one of the reasons we're having complaints throughout the community, is because the flow of people is like water, and they go to the path of perceived least resistance. So I think this is a critical part of this as we
appreciate the comment.
pieces. So
We're
with that in
staying
mind,
with questions.
outside of that, flowing through that is, it says that in developing a traffic calming plan, which is that it doesn't explicitly say comment on speed limit as part of that. So we had an earlier speed limit conversation, and in the traffic calming and developing that plan, does staff have the authority to change the speed limit as part of traffic calming as well as physical pieces, or is that something that needs to come to council, and is that accounted for in this policy, or do we need to flesh that out further?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So that is not accounted for in this policy. This policy is not for changing posted speed limits. This is for creating treatments to support people traveling at the speed limit as posted.
So if one of the feedback comes forward that this stretch is people don't feel safe on the roadway, and it goes in through this system, if a speed limit change is deemed something worth considering, that would need to come to council as part of a suite of changes in an area.
Through the chair, I actually don't know whether or not staff have authority based off our traffic bylaw. I believe that staff have authority to change posted limits without council discretion, but I'm not positive on that.
I think it'd be helpful to know that, because I think, as we were contemplating earlier, that change, a change to a specific street. I just wondered if, I think we should be explicit about what is possible inside of this policy. And if we don't have that, I think that would be, it would be appropriate for staff to have that. So I think it's might be crucial to understanding the implications of this policy.
Just to clarify on that, why would speed limit reduction not be considered a traffic calming mechanism?
So it is traffic calming, but the goal of this and the way the criteria is set up is, if speeding is an issue, then traffic calming is a tool to bring the speed to the posted speed limit. If there's a location where, for example, say somewhere government road is, people are traveling 50 kilometers already, then there's no speeding issue. There might be a street design issue. There might be an issue with what that posted speed is, but it's not a it's not, yeah, people following this. It's not a speeding issue. So there'd be a different issue that would need to be
Okay,
considered.
that's helpful. Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks very much. As I was trying to disambiguate exceeding the speed limit from speeding as two articulate and different things. My question is about, so this policy and procedure is to identify and prioritize our traffic calming projects. And clearly staff have a list of priorities in either in their sort of in their heads or in their, right, in the way we put forward budgets, et cetera. Does staff have currently like an actual list of priorities? Here are the pieces, here are the areas prioritized from number 1 to number 346. Here's our priority list for traffic calming.
Through the chair, that'd be a better question for Dora if she was here. So we have used the data that we have and the concerns that we've heard from the community to test the prioritization to develop a draft list. But I don't have that list in front of me today. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this speaks to Councillor Pettingill's question, I think, about, and I think Councillor Stoner touched this as well, is how we communicate this outwardly and publicly. As we get new concerns, somebody says, I'm concerned about my road, it'll be very important for us in terms of efficiency to be able to say, yes, we've looked at that. Here's where it sits in the prioritization. Here's why it sits there in the prioritization, so that we don't have to look at the same concern repeatedly. And so a public face of the results of this policy, I think, is going to be an important piece. Do you think that public facing, the requirement for a public face, like by that I mean a list of prioritized projects, do you think that should be part of this policy, or should that be a second thing, a different thing? Should we put that in this policy, that there must be a public facing document?
Through the chair. So as the policy is written, we haven't included that as a recommendation.
Is that something that you could envision as a possibility, that you would benefit from some council direction for staff to investigate?
Potentially, I don't think it necessarily needs to be embedded in the policy. I think that communications, and we communicate projects, capital projects throughout our community. And I think that there's an opportunity, and I'm hearing a fairly strong desire from council. There is language within the policy to note locations that have previously been assessed within a 5-year period can be, so that there is like that understanding of how do we manage community input and ensure that people feel heard and that they're also understanding where we are at. So I think that there's value in us figuring out a tool of how we identify the highest priority locations that we're working to address.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, so I'm just, we've got the policy and then we have this attachment, and the language around the prioritization, what is prioritization and so on, is in this attachment. Does that mean we can sort of give, I guess, what is the resolution, the most helpful resolution coming out of this to sort of bring this forward, but with a bit of language around considering the cost or identifying the cost as a factor in the prioritization? Like, what's the best way to move forward with this?
Through the chair, I think if there's a specific change that you want to see, that a motion to support that would be the preferred approach.
Yeah, so there's a staff recommendation that the committee move this to council for approval, but if we have feedback, the motion can also be to update the policy with feedback as heard from the committee of the whole. So those are our options, council. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
So if I can, I will test a motion.
Thank you.
And that would be sort of as written, comma, with the inclusion of cost considerations in the prioritization.
Can I clarify that you want that in the prioritization and not just as a note? So you want it in the actual matrix of prioritization? I heard staff say that that can be difficult to do.
I see this sort of as in my mind, a fairly simple point system. And so in my mind, there's room to sort of consider all the pieces and just sort of speak to that. I'm open to adjusting it. I guess my intent is just to have it very clear to the public that when we prioritize, I'm starting to argue my resolution.
Fair enough. Councillor Hamilton, did you? It hasn't been seconded. So unless somebody wants to second it, or you can try and put a different motion on the floor. Does anybody want to second Councillor Pettingill's motion at this time? Seconded by Councillor Greenlaw. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'll shoot for a friendly amendment that staff include a preliminary cost estimate of each proposed solution in the information, rather than rather than taking cost into the priority matrix. Give us the information so that we can take that cost information and prioritize it in the matrix when it comes to budget time.
I don't know if that's a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I think that I think my intent is for the public to be very clear that cost is a factor in the other things of determining the priority, because to my mind, priority speaks to some relative degree when will this be delivered, and cost needs to be a factor. And I think that should be clear to the public. So what's the best way to accomplish that? I'm flexible, but I think that needs to be a little more clear. And I'm worried that if it's not explicit in the list of criteria in the prioritization, people will get frustrated when the things, cost aside, puts it at the top, it's not getting done.
Go ahead, Mayor Harford.
I have a point of clarity to staff around the delegation, the ability for staff to change as part of this policy the speed limit piece. And I wonder if we have that answer from staff, or if that's something that we could bring back. But I think it's quite crucial for me to understand at this point. Do we know?
Okay. I'm seeing that we don't have a response to that from staff. And I also have seen a few quizzical faces on the motion that's on the floor. So I wonder if we want to take a bit of a timeout for staff to consider. I think there's 2 points of feedback that we're trying to understand is how do we communicate inclusion of cost and complexity of projects in how we move them forward, as well as whether speed limit reduction can be considered as part of the suite of tools for traffic calming. Were there any other outstanding questions that council had at this time?
The public face of the priority list.
And then the communications of the list itself. Mr. McMurtry.
Just to confirm, because I think the question from the mayor was delegation and whether or not staff have the ability to change the speed limit, which to me is different than speed limit or traffic calming policy. But
yeah, I think yeah, I understood that explanation earlier. This is about hitting the posted speed limit, so it's fine. But I just wonder where, as the complaints come in, if people are feeling we continue to hear that they feel unsafe, they've had near misses, they don't, they're choosing other routes to walk, they're not walking, all those things. What happens with that bucket? Because that, to me, that's a whole category of feedback that we're likely to receive through this, and then where does it go? And does that feed into some process somewhere? It just doesn't feel like it has a home. So I think that I understand that traffic calming by definition is to hit the speed limit, but I'm just struggling seeing that we're likely to see some feedback that doesn't fit that envelope. I just wonder where it goes. So and maybe this isn't the place for that, but that's, we're going to be asked a question after this that I think relates to this. So I really want to understand.
Okay,
that.
thank you for those comments. I do want to recognize that there's a motion on the floor. And there's obviously still some outstanding questions. And I keep on saying that we are well overdue on our time. So I'm going to request, if it's okay with council, that the motion that's on the floor be withdrawn and we consider referring this back to staff with comments. If that's all right, but there is a motion on the floor and that was moved by Councillor Pangill and seconded by Councillor Greenlaw. So I want to make sure that you folks are willing to do that.
I'm happy to withdraw my motion.
I see some nodding from Councillor Greenlaw. So we will withdraw the motion that's on the floor. And I will move that committee provide feedback to staff on the traffic calming policy and it be brought back for consideration with the following items fleshed out. That's really poor language for a motion, sorry. But the inclusion of cost and complexity of projects in the prioritization or advancing of a project. The consideration of delegation for changing speed limits and or inclusion of speed limit reduction as part of the traffic calming policy. And third bullet point would be the public facing communication of the prioritization list. Did I hear yes, Mr. Stoner?
Just as a point of clarification, and I'm probably going to, for the first point, I just want to make sure that we are hearing this right. When we're looking at prioritization, we're going to use the cost that this may be of a particular project. We're going to look at the cost of that, or we're going to look at the risk of that, because those are two different issues. So I just want to make sure that we are doing our prioritization based on the right bucket that council is looking at. So risk and cost are two different issues. I'm hoping that I've hit the right, I'm looking for the right clarification there.
Councillor Pettingill.
I think it's cost, as I understand, risk, like collision history, traffic volumes. I think, unless I'm misunderstanding what you mean by risk, I think risk is already covered. And so I think we're adding cost. Is that?
So what I've heard from council, I think if I can reiterate, is the prioritization is what it is. But if we end up with a list of 5 priorities and the number 1 priority is really expensive and we're not going to move it forward next year, how do we communicate that to the public? Because it's not actually part of the criteria. And I see Mr. McMurtry.
Just, yeah, point of clarity. So the prioritization precedes the implementation plan section. So at the point of prioritization, we could speculate about what a cost of an improvement would be, but that isn't a cost because we don't actually have direction from the policy to advance towards implementation.
Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill. That's good, Claire.
Yeah, I mean, an alternative maybe is to call this collect our understanding public desire, public demand. Don't call this the priority. The priority happens when we have a sense of the cost and then we've got the priority. What this is, I think, is public demand maybe? Or
Go ahead, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I just think that what we're seeking is some clarity for ourselves and the community as to when the cost of implementation is to be considered. And that just needs to be explicit somewhere because it does feel like it's missing. And I appreciate I think that's getting at it. With that clarity, I'm going to second your motion. Is that where we are?
Yes. Was my motion? I can write it down for you. Was it clear enough to those around the table? In terms of consideration? Yes. Okay. So that motion has been moved by me, seconded by Mayor Herford. Any comments? Go ahead, Mayor Herford.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I think similar to the costing piece sort of being missing, when I'm talking about the speed piece, I'd like to understand where those go. What maybe is it in a different policy? Does it move somewhere? Because I think that as the community engages with this, that we're likely to hear all matter of concerns, and I want to make sure that this intake point can address those broadly. And if there's an additional policy that needs to be developed for whatever other bucket emerges as we get this feedback, that we do that.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I will support this. I'm not sure about embedding the communications piece, but happy to have a look at that. The other thing, I think when most people come to us with traffic calming ideas and thoughts, they're really concerned about the speed, and they're trying to bring solutions to deal with the speed piece. They're not coming with, I'm totally happy with the speed, but I want speed bumps anyways. And so I think, I understand why we've split it apart, but from a public understanding, I think to my mind, we have to understand that it's really about reducing the speed when we're talking about traffic calming from the public's perspective. So I think that sort of needs to be our starting point, and is probably part of the how we unravel that. I'm not sure, because again, I understand why we've teased it out, but I think it's really important for the public's understanding. They're really telling us they want the speed down when they're telling us about traffic calming.
All right. With that, any further comments? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. I do want to go back to Councillor Greenlaw, who had previously proposed a motion on an adjacent or related topic. Is that something that you still want to try at this point, given the extensive discussion we just had?
Yeah, I'll test it and see how it goes. I'd like to propose a motion that we reduce the speed limit on Skyline to 30 kilometers per hour and that staff explore any traffic calming measures.
Yeah, before that seconded, I'd like to go to Mr. Belaniskis, has his hand up.
Thank you. We did hear from Dora, who's been listening in on the meeting, and would like to clarify when we talk about Skyline, if it's all of Skyline or just between Bremer, which is a three-way stop, and Garibaldi Way. Currently, all of Skyline from Garibaldi Way to Boulevard is at 40 kilometers an hour.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Greenlaw, would you like to clarify in your motion what portion of Skyline you're speaking of?
Yeah, I think it would be the Bremer to Garibaldi Way.
Is there a seconder for this motion at this time? Councillor French seconds. Any further comments? Councillor Greenlaw?
Well, I think I've already made all the comments that I need to.
I saw Councillor Anderson's hand and then Mayor Herford.
So we're discussing today a traffic calming policy, a prioritization process for the public. This will be applied, utilized by the public with respect to Skyline. So I'm not, I will be supporting the motion, but I can't avoid being concerned that we need to deal with this in a holistic fashion between Skyline, between Braemar and Garibaldi Way. That's not only concerning speed, it's concerning the speed of e-bikes. And I am aware that the district is giving attention to a policy or some approach towards e-bikes and how people use them. We also have active transportation infrastructure design issues on Skyline. We have speed bump designs and a little bit of concern on the part of the residents of Skyline that they're not hearing properly over the years, because the speed bump design there has changed. Is the rationale for that change and how snow removal factors in? So there's speed bump design issues. And finally, street parking policy on Skyline. The residents observed that street parking, when it was allowed, was a traffic calming tactic and safety benefit. And so there's a package of issues here, and I'm comfortable that we have a policy that's going to be able to be applied to Skyline, but it's not just about speed. And I just wanted to make that clear from my point of view. Thank you. But I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. I do just want to clarify that we haven't actually adopted the new policy, and so it's not currently applicable. Go ahead, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this general direction. I don't think this is the right path, though. I think when I think about the discussion we just had around speed limits, now we're going to have a road or a journey from the Highlands that's going to go from a 50-kilometer zone through a 30-kilometer school zone to a 40-kilometer zone at the top of Skyline to a 30-kilometer zone at the bottom of never mind the impact onto Braemar. So I think that this area deserves some specific attention, and I'd be happy to direct staff to give it that attention and bring it forward so that the actions we take actually have the intended impacts. And whether that means that it's 30K from the top and 30K on Braemar to even it out, or any number of other steps, I think is the way forward. So I do think that the step here is actually to refer to staff to take a holistic approach at reducing the speed limit there. So then our traffic calming policy, which we will adopt at some point, has a new target, which I think is what the community expects of us. But I don't think this actually gets us there. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Any further comments? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I also won't be supporting the motion. I absolutely agree with the spirit of the motion that something needs to be done on Skyline, but it needs to be done in a way that is supportable by staff and engineers who believe it's going to actually make a difference. In speaking to some of the residents, some folks on Skyline didn't even know that the speed limit was already 40 kilometers an hour. And if folks, so in the argument of enforcement, maybe that's a much simpler step is to put a cardboard cutout at Braemar and Skyline. Thanks very much.
Cardboard cop's the solution. Any further comments? Yeah, Councillor Pennegill, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a bit torn on this one. I think I'm going to end up supporting it because I think fundamentally the speeds along there are too high, but I think it does require a more holistic approach. There are challenges, but we've also just made a resolution for 40 everywhere. And I hear complaints from Depot and Westway. And so why is this one jumping ahead? I'm rationalizing this by let's put up a couple signs, change a couple signs. I'm not sure that without more fundamental traffic calming that this actually changes. So I think this is going to require some more work. I know it will, but yeah, it's just a bit frustrating. I think piecemeal isn't going to get the results we want. Not huge harm, I think, in putting up two signs, but I don't think it's going to have the intended impact. I think that's going to require a more thoughtful and more holistic solution.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll make my comments and I'll come back to you, Councillor Anderson. I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. While I agree with the intent and the spirit of it, I don't think it's actually going to achieve what it is that we want to achieve. As folks have already mentioned, the speed limit is already reduced. Many folks don't know that, but we just spent an hour or so talking about an updated traffic calming policy. We hear about safety concerns and speeding throughout our community. And so singling this one particular area out when we just spent a long time trying to devise a set of criteria that will prioritize the areas in our community feels like it's circumnavigating our own process that we are talking about. It's a cut through. Thank you for that fun. And so I don't want to diminish the impact or the real benefit or the real risks on Skyline and the folks who have to live there every day. I go up and down that street 4 times a day, either on my bike or in a vehicle with kids. And it is a challenging area of our community. It is, from my perspective, not the most challenging area in our community. And so from a fairness perspective, I think I would like to adhere to the policy that we're trying to set out and put it through a criteria list. We know it's a high priority area. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out on top. But if that's the case, then let's follow the process that we just spent a long time talking about. Councillor Anderson's taking his name off the list. Councillor Greenlaw, do you have any further comments?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say the reason why I think this should be kind of expedited is because they've been dealing with this issue for over 17 years, right? And there were speed bumps there 17 years ago that were effective at bringing the speed down. And it worked quite well. But the reason why I think it should be expedited is because I keep hearing about kids nearly being hit by cars. And I hear about kids who can't use active transportation to get anywhere. And I just don't think that's very fair. So, yeah, so that's why I'm putting it forward today, because I don't think it should wait any longer.
Thank you for your comments. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Anderson, Councillor Hamilton, Mayor Herford, Councillor Stoner, opposed. Motion fails. Thank you very much. Folks, we've been sitting at this table for a while, and I'm also looking at our agenda. I would like to take a 5-minute recess at least to give us all a moment to stretch our legs. And then just trying to figure out how we actually fit in lunch. May we bring lunch in? Is that possible? Yeah, staff are looking at that. Okay, so let's give ourselves 10 minutes at this point, and refresh coffees and waters, and we'll chat with staff. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Committee of the Whole for December 10th. Acting Mayor Stoner has been chairing this meeting up to this point and will, following this subject, she's had to step out to tend to another matter. So now we are on item 3 on our agenda, and I'll turn over to our staff to introduce themselves on the topic.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Brent McMurtry. I'm the Manager of Transportation, and I will be joined by Julie Vengi, the GM of Community Development, and I will be providing a presentation on an update paid parking implementation. So the objective for the meeting today is to seek council direction on the preferred phasing for implementation of paid parking. And I want to highlight that council will have further opportunity to confirm paid parking implementation timing when staff return with the draft phased parking management implementation plan in 2025, following the completion of ongoing public engagement. Some background. So staff previously brought the 2023 downtown parking study to council last year. The study highlighted that parking demand in the downtown had increased since 2017, and the study also suggested a number of recommendations, including paid parking in the downtown, as well as a suite of other parking management tools. When this report was received by council passed the motion to direct staff to bring forward a phased parking management implementation plan, which includes on-street paid parking and paid parking at tourism-focused locations for consideration. And with that, we're bringing into the implementation phasing options that we're bringing forward today. So there are 2 options that have been identified by staff. The first option is to prioritize implementation of a pilot tourism-based paid parking project. And this could be implemented as early as summer of 2025. The second option is to prioritize advancing paid parking downtown with the goal of having paid parking operational by the summer of 2026. And further to the previous slide, under both options, council will have further opportunity to direct staff prior to advancing into implementation in 2025. A bit of background on the tourism-based pilot project, which is the staff recommendation. So this is recommended as an opportunity to reduce risks to the district by allowing staff to further their knowledge of some of the key components required for the delivery of paid parking systems, including furthering our knowledge of a contracted delivery model anticipated to be used for this pilot project, broader understanding of operational requirements for the different district departments that interface with this pilot, and then gathering some data surrounding the actual revenue and expenses incurred, plus information around preferred payment methods used by people who are accessing the parking area. This information will be considered as future paid parking locations are advanced. The locations that we are currently seeking feedback from the community on include land that is owned by the district and is currently used for parking at recreational and tourism locations, including Darrell Bay, the Squamish Adventure Center, Smoke Bluffs Park, Perth Drive, Trailhead, Tantalus Road, Trailhead, Mamquam Dike Access near Public Works, and Fisherman's Park. And with that, I'll move on to the staff recommendation is that committee direct council to direct staff to prioritize implementation of a paid parking pilot project as early as summer 2025, focused on a select list of tourism-based locations, which will be confirmed following the completion of public engagement in early 2025. Next steps. So we are finishing our ongoing public engagement in the middle of January and preparing a draft phased parking implementation plan. And then we'll return to council to present that draft and present the engagement findings. And with that, I'll pass it to you for questions.
Thank you. Council, questions? I see Councillor French. You want to get us started?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Herford. So my first question, I've had some really great feedback from downtown business owners who are suggesting that having a spot out in front of the Canada Post location on Cleveland Avenue with a 15-minute time limit and no charge would really help the downtown businesses that are struggling. And so I'd like to hear from staff. Are there any significant barriers to this? Does this sound like a great idea? Terrible? Just at this point, any thoughts on this idea as part of this process?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair. So this is a question that's best for when we come back in the new year. We're really hoping to target this discussion towards council direction on the preference of which of the phased options we proceed with.
Okay, that's perfect. I'll encourage the people that have had this conversation with me to go to the survey. And I've also was backtracking in some of our emails, and the president of the Royal Canadian Legion emailed us many months back suggesting that we consider some kind of exemption for veterans who have served and have the veterans license plate and the Silver Cross license plate. I'm kind of thinking maybe same answer here to my previous question, but again, any thoughts I'd like to hear.
I'm going to put that in the same category, Councillor French. We're important issues, absolutely, that we'll grapple with in future. This is trying to stay focused on the question of the day, which is this is where we start.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. And again, I'll encourage those folks to fill out the survey so that these points are covered through that. And that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. So paid parking, I think I've been clear in the past. I'm pretty much in favor of paid parking. I think it's important that we recognize as a community that it costs money to park our vehicles. We pay for parking one way or another, whether we pay for it through our property taxes or we pay for it when we actually park our car. We pay for it. So this is not a question, in my mind, this is not a question of whether we pay for parking or not. It's how we pay for parking. Sorry for the soapbox there. Now on to actual questions for staff. So the questions, the tourist locations, I was interested to hear Tantalus and Perth. And I'm confused about what district-owned land we have at the end of Tantalus and Perth.
For the chair, so that would be on-street paid parking in those areas. There's no off-street parking lots, and so we would be able to implement an on-street paid parking that is specific to those locations.
Okay, so this, to my mind, there's a slight difference there in those two locations from a parking lot because anyways. My second question is, do the idea of the tourist parking being a pilot project for the downtown parking, I'm concerned that the pilot won't really capture the right information because tourist parking is different from local parking, right? I work at Capilano University, so I have I've got the app that I park there and I pay for the park through that app and it's no problem. Or maybe I get a full parking pass. And so that's a long-term commitment, if you will. Whereas if you're visiting a place, you don't have that long-term commitment with a parking app or with a parking system. So are there any, and so I hope you see my concern, is that tourist-based parking and resident or worker parking that you're interacting with on a regular basis are different things. Does staff have any concern about the pilot project not actually that the tourist parking is fundamentally something different and how we charge for it is something different? Or are they confident that this will be a successful pilot to understand downtown parking?
Through the chair, yeah, recognize the difference between tourism-based locations and our downtown core. Currently, we have no information or data around how paid parking works within our community because we're not operating any. And so I think any information will help support staff and understanding both the operational requirements as well as potential cost and revenues associated with different options. Definitely not a apples and apples to comparison, but additional information that can support us as we advance towards future paid parking implementation.
Thanks. And one more question. So we've allocated, we have the budget allocated in the proposed budget for 2025. That $600,000 budget, if we were to move forward with the option of prioritizing downtown parking in front before tourism parking, is that budget and staff capacity sufficient to move forward, or would we have to revisit the budget if we were to go with the downtown first strategy?
Through the chair, so that budget was identified as a placeholder, which has been communicated previously, and we will be or are continuing to work towards what starting the implementation would look like in 2025 with the work that we're completing currently. And when we come back to council in the new year, we'll have some points of discussion around delivery models and options that exist. The thinking would be that placeholder budget would still allow us to advance towards implementation of paid parking in 2026, and that we would be taking those steps in 2025 if that is council's direction to go with the alternative.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify, and I'll go to Councillor Greenlaw next. I just wanted to clarify that in the report, we didn't have any specific locations. In your comments, we had some specifics, but the recommendation that we're considering would be that these focus on select tourism locations, which will be confirmed following the completion of public engagement in early 2025. So it's not the specific location, it's the concept of tourist-based places, and thank you for those examples, versus downtown is the choice that we're making as to where to start the paid parking. That's what you're looking for from us?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we stay focused on where we should be, and I look forward to those future conversations. I'll go to Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I'm just wondering, where are any of these profits going to be used? Like, what will these profits from paid parking be used towards?
Through the chair, so that still is yet to be determined. That'll be at council's discretion, and will come at a future council meeting.
Okay, thanks. And then just in terms of hypothetical situations, if we did try to implement paid parking at Darrell Bay, how would you foresee that being rolled out given the current usage by WLNG?
Through the chair, so I haven't been involved in understanding what WLNG's usage of Darrell Bay is. We would only be implementing paid parking on district-owned land. So unless the district is leasing land to WLNG, it would only be impacting the district-owned parcels.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Pengill.
Yeah, thanks. Would the tourism focus preclude, for example, if we decided, well, actually the sort of couple blocks on Cleveland that fits in the tourism bucket as well, and so that would be part of the pilot, or are we explicitly ruling that out in terms of a tourism focused iteration?
Thanks for the question. Through the chair, yeah, we would be excluding downtown and the complexity associated with implementing paid parking downtown and the associated programs for the surrounding areas is something that we're still working on and would be the alternative to the staff recommendation.
Okay, and is there a critical mass of parking spots? Because I do have some concerns or questions about some of the potential tourism destinations. So do we need sort of a minimum of 400 spots to make the trial viable, or is there, it doesn't matter, we could do it with 20?
Through the chair, that hasn't been confirmed yet. So I'd have to report back, and I think that's direction, assuming council supports the staff recommendation, that we would bring back when we come back in the new year with the draft phased implementation plan.
I think one of the things I've been thinking about with this is resident permit program that was likely to be required for implementation in the downtown. And I wondered if in this phased approach, some of the areas that were put forward as examples just a little bit earlier do have more of a direct sort of impact to the or interface, I guess, with the community and the neighborhoods than I sort of anticipated in this phasing approach. Is that intentional to bring in some of that resident permit program as part of this in a sort of a introductory sort of way? Is that something you're looking to sort of pilot through this potentially, depending on the feedback that we've heard?
Through the chair, yes and no. I'd say that the staff have had conversations around potential programs that would or could be contemplated to support some of the tourism-based locations that we're seeking feedback on. We're really looking at the survey as an opportunity to gather feedback from our community and understand what the greatest concerns are, or where community members feel there's opportunity, and that those policies will be informed based off the feedback we receive.
I guess my question is, as we're putting a lot into and I've heard great things from the community that have engaged with the survey so far. I feel like we're asking the right questions, and this is feedback that I've heard from the community, which is great. So I wonder why we're staff seeking direction on this particular piece right now versus having that discussion when we have the feedback from the community to perhaps better inform this piece. What's the timing? What's the driver for the timing of having this discussion right now?
Through the chair, yeah. So previous council discussion during strategic planning last spring, and there was discussion around priorities with paid parking implementation, and staff still feel that there's potentially an opportunity for something to be implemented by summer 2025. But in order to meet that timeline, we will need to advance working towards confirming what that option would look like in advance of coming back to council for direction in the new year. And so I think this would support staff to work towards that as an option and still provide the opportunity for council to provide further direction in the new year to confirm locations, confirm timing, but have advanced work that would support that ability to move in 2025.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Council? Councilor Pennegill.
Do we, and I just wanting to understand a little bit better the obstacle, the complexity in terms of just paid parking downtown. Is a concern that even if we're outsourcing, like give someone a contract to run our parking and give us a cut kind of thing, that we would have to provide a lot of infrastructure to get that working, and therefore, especially downtown, that would be a lot more complex? Or is that part of the consideration here? Or
I'll see if I can answer that and clarify if needed, if I missed the point here. So the complexity has to do with the systems that would be or have been identified in the previous study that would be required to support paid parking downtown. So introduction of a resident exempt area, and then resident exempt pass system as well. So there's additional systems that are required for the downtown area. There's also discussion around delivery model, which we will have in the new year. But there's additional complexity with how it interfaces with other departments and the number of different, I guess, departments that are potentially would be impacted by a downtown paid parking system. I don't know if that answers your question.
I'm just wondering if you give an example, like is this economic development because the businesses would have additional feedback that they wouldn't have around tourism areas? Is that sort of what you mean, or?
So there, from a delivery model perspective, the contracted delivery model that is recommended with the staff recommendation would allow both the operations and the enforcement to be completed by a third party, and minimizes how the paid parking system would interface with our IT solution, as well as our bylaws ticketing solution as well. And so there's system integration from that level that isn't being contemplated for a tourism-based location that would be considered when we are exploring the downtown parking options.
If I may, is there a reason why we wouldn't, or especially in a first sort of trial phase for downtown, we would say we're just going to outsource it all. You do the enforcement and everything. Because I thought I heard from that we might look at resident exempt parking or parking permits as part of the tourism piece as well. So maybe fewer numbers, but same systems, I think, or am I misunderstanding?
And yeah, through the chair. So I recognizing that we didn't identify locations that are associated with this, I appreciate the line of questioning. I think that likely there wouldn't be a staff recommendation to pilot a location that is a trailhead and would require additional resident exempt permit for a tourism-based trial. The downtown area, there are different delivery models that are being explored still, and council will have an opportunity to provide feedback in the new year.
Okay, council, we've any other questions to help inform our decision here today? We are we have the recommendation, and we start with as yet defined tourism focused areas for the first phase of this. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Julie Vengi, General Manager of Community Development, and I just wanted to call your attention to, if the consideration is for the paid parking, it will push the implementation, tourism-based parking, it will push the implementation of the paid parking further. So so the timing will be affected if you go for the tourism-based locations first. Regardless of whether you go for the tourism-based locations, it will not bring the paid parking implementation closer.
Councillor Pettingill, you're going to ask for clarity on that?
Yeah, I guess in my mind, I was assuming tourism is a way lower cost, simpler, deliver it faster, and or lower cost. Is that not what we're talking about here?
Through the chair, yeah, thanks for the question. So it is lower cost, lower complexity, and would be delivered sooner. So this is 2025, as early as 2025 for the tourism-based location, but we would then push the downtown until 2027. And so thinking that we would have 2 years of information to help inform implementation in the future of the downtown, and that timing is, I believe, what Ms. Vengi was referring to.
And then to clarify, though, if we wanted to proceed with the downtown paid parking, that's a lot more challenging in terms of a summer 2025 delivery, I think is what I'm hearing.
Yes, that's correct. So we staff have committed to summer 2026 for downtown, but not summer 2025.
So 2025 is possible for the tourism-based pieces, and the impact of making the choice, which we're being presented here as a recommendation, is that 2027 would be the earliest implementation of downtown paid parking. I just want to clarify that that's what we were being told.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. The Councillor Pettingill presented the idea of a small section of Cleveland being considered a tourist part of the tourism bucket. And so I'm trying to piece through this. I understand the concern about the downtown and the resident parking permit requirements. I think that a small section of Cleveland can be made paid parking without a resident parking pass, because there's a relatively, say, between Winnipeg and Maine, it's not clear to me that there's a large number of residents there.
I just, the selection for inclusion in this program or not is a future discussion. So it's really about the phasing, where
Great.
we want to start. And I think,
Yeah.
so I just want to make
So
sure
that'll
that
be
we're not going to
important.
get there.
I'll ask an important question then.
Thank you.
Could Cleveland between Winnipeg and Maine be considered as a tourist location for the purposes of the pilot study? My belief there is that we will actually gain data about local users as well, valuable data.
To the chair, at this time, staff don't have recommendations around the tourism-based locations. So we have a survey that's available to the public that's gathering feedback. So we'll be coming back in 2025 with recommendations.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Yeah, just another point of clarity. My recollection is that $600,000 is being allocated to the implementation of the paid parking program for the 2025 budget. And I just wanted to clarify, that's not just for essentially this piece of potentially implementing for tourism area paid parking, is it? It's for the entire, like that and the downtown parking, right?
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct. It was a placeholder budget that was in place to support the opportunity to implement paid parking downtown and explore the preferred delivery model as well.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not seeing any other hands, so we have a staff recommendation before us, and which I will move, actually, if there's a seconder, just to get this started. Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. So Councillor Pettingill seconds. I'll keep my comments brief here. I think it's important that that paid parking advances. As we all know, parking facilities are, have a cost associated with them. We're also hearing from our community that there's not entirely satisfied with how those are performing. So I think it's important that we bring in demand tools that will help us manage the demand there and ultimately how these facilities function. I think that the approach outlined here from our staff makes sense to me, where when it happens downtown, that it happens in the most intentional, well thought out, well researched, and well executed way possible. I really and I think this approach here will best equip us to for that to be the case. So I'm supportive of this direction, and although I do wish it was these things were simpler and we could move further faster, I think this is an important step. And ultimately, my support of this direction will really hinge on when we get into the discussion around the specific locations and if those will actually have the impacts that we're looking for, because every piece of our community does deserve the utmost thoughtful attention, and I want to make sure that happens when we get to the site selection as well, because there's complexities everywhere that we look, but this is a bit simpler and will inform us better going forward, in my opinion. So I'll be supporting the motion. Other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill. Then.
Yeah, thanks. I will also support the motion. I had, while in general I support the principle, I have raised concerns about this becoming an election issue. It is an important topic, but we have many, many very critical topics, and I would hate for our community to sort of make this the next sole community discussion. And so I think this is a way to manage a rollout in a way that's maybe more palatable to people. I think given some of the feedback I read around the speeding discussion we had earlier, I think there's a fair bit of public education for us to do that would serve us well in terms of speeding, parking, what managing these things do and don't do for our community. And I think if we want our community to come along and actually see the benefits of what these things offer, we have, in my opinion, some work to do in helping people understand the actual advantages to the community for paid parking, for speeding management, and so on. I do worry a bit, though, that we are setting a public expectation that the public or Squamish citizens should be able to park anywhere for free as long as they want, and it's just tourists that should pay. I think it's expensive whether you're a resident or not for a car, and we need to manage those costs better, beef up our transit, and so on and so forth. So lots of stuff to deal with here, and hopefully, great to hear about the survey, and we can keep having some good conversations along this, and not as fast as what we may have liked, but I think it's a good path to move forward. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. I will speak in support of the motion. My personal preference is everything as far as parking, paid parking is everything, everywhere, all at once. But I recognize that may be an impatient approach that is difficult to implement. I do think it's important, and I would have a slight preference towards having the downtown go first, because I think that that's where we really need to be driving the change in our community, not in the tourism side of things. I think that supporting this motion and considering that the tourist locations have not been specified, I would sincerely appreciate if staff would consider Cleveland between Winnipeg and Maine as a possible tourist location as a pilot, or I believe there is a district-owned parking lot off of Cleveland to consider at least that, to do some kind of pilot studies for local use or partial local use of parking facilities, because I'm concerned that our plan to roll out in tourist spaces is going to look different than in local spaces. Thanks.
Councillor Anderson, and then Greenlaw.
Thank you. I support the direction or the approach of staff to trial the tourism sites first. However, I have some concerns. I do recognize that there's just select locations identified now that's to be determined. Councillor Greenlaw has raised some issues with Darrell Bay, and I would agree that there's some complexity there that needs to be taken into account. I would also suggest that there's even more complexity to be taken into account in the Adventure Center area, and that does include, because of the potential spillover and back and forth impacts, the Climbers parking lot. At the Adventure Center, we've got leaseholders. And I'm not sure what engagement has been undertaken, but half the parking lot across the road is under lease. Tourism Squamish has asked a question during our budget impact exercise as to the fate of the Adventure Center parking lot concept study. I don't believe that they've been given an answer to that question. I think that there's layers of users, layers of uses at the Adventure Center to be taken into account, and I don't think this is a small consideration there. As regards downtown, and broadly the suggestion that's been made that we all pay for parking anyway, one way or another, and we should pay. Well, downtown on Cleveland, we have a lot of frustrated businesses, and they're frustrated with the parking situation, and they're apprehensive of the district initiatives that might be undertaken. There's also suggestions from those business owners. And of course, we'll receive those in the feedback engagement process. Councillor French has already related some of them. Others relate to the impact of construction projects downtown. They have something to say to us about that and suggestions for us. The functions of downtown need to be taken into account. We have them laid out in section 16.2D in our OCP. And this relates to the suggestion as to whether this should be considered as a tourism area. Clearly, our OCP does suggest that it's differently. It's diverse functions, but they include, for example, clinics. And we have between Main Street and Pemberton and Loggers Lane and 3rd, 38 clinics. 28 medical, 2 pet or veterinarian clinics, and 8 counseling clinics. So this is part of our downtown landscape, part of our vision and longstanding goals for downtown, reflected in the OCP, that we have a certain idea about the functions. So what I would like to suggest is that there needs to be some clear reference to these goals that are in our OCP for the downtown in anything that we do. And I find that the language in the present report is, I'll just quote it, any additional considerations on page 2 and reduce the unknowns. Well, I think we need to go further and specify that these considerations are with respect to the functions and goals we have for downtown, the impacts on businesses, institutions, facilities, including clinics, as well as area residents. So
You're at time, Councillor.
that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks, through the chair. Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Hamilton's comment about the downtown paid parking and the tourism parking being fundamentally different parking systems. So I'm not sure how mutually beneficial the data collection, how much mutually beneficial data collection will happen. But I do think in terms of acclimatizing our people to a paid parking system, it's probably preferable to implement the program in tourism areas prior to downtown. I will also say, and I've mentioned this before, but it would be worthwhile to explore super mailboxes in neighborhoods that don't have mail services like Garibaldi and Valleycliff prior to the introduction of paid parking in an attempt to alleviate parking needs downtown in a cost-effective manner. I'd also like to echo Councillor French's comments about the free 15-minute parking spots in front of, as Councillor Anderson was pointing out, service buildings like pharmacies and the postal office. Paid parking is an accessibility issue that will disproportionately impact people with mobility challenges, as well as pregnant women and parents of young children, which our community has a lot of. Also seniors. And I think there should be some consideration made for that. I'd also like staff to keep in mind another comment from Councillor French about the exemption permit for veterans. I just want to plant these seeds as staff proceeds with this project, so we're not kind of retroactively going in and adding these things. For tourism areas, I think that the parking lot directly adjacent to the Adventure Center is probably suitable for paid parking, but the lot across the street I think should be left free, ideally for a future usage of long-term parking for downtown visitors with a shuttle connecting them, as I've heard some people in the tourism industry talk a lot about. I think also implementing Darrell Bay any paid parking at Darrell Bay will be more easily said than done given the current usage from industry. So those are kind of my comments about it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor French, any comments? No. Okay. Thank you. I'll go back to Councillor Hamilton for a quick point. And I just want to say that I think the comments we're hearing around the complexity of next steps really reinforce to me the appropriateness of taking this measured step at this point. So, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. And I'd like to just ask staff if when they come back with this, to come back considering using some of the revenue generated from the parking, from the tourism focused areas to benefit Tourism Squamish. So revenue generating going to Tourism Squamish, and perhaps if Cleveland is a possibility, using revenue generated from Cleveland Avenue parking to the downtown BIA.
I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. And then the comments we had there around future uses of possible revenue, how are at what point in this process that we're undertaking does staff see us looking at that piece of it? I know it hasn't been represented in our, I don't think so, in financial planning to date. So where does that sit, and when do we anticipate having those conversations? Just want to make sure that we have aligned expectations here.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I believe in the new year, when we come back with the implementation plan, that there will be further opportunity. There were some initial recommendations that were included in the 2023 parking study, but there wasn't clear direction on where revenue would actually be directed.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to those discussions. And Ms. Wingy?
Yeah, I just want to confirm that we don't have any motions to address any of these, but we will be bringing back the answers to the questions when we come back in end of January. Okay, in early 2025, when the engagement's been completed.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think I suspect that engagement will raise another number of questions, and we can grapple with those at that point. So thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you. So welcome back, Councillor Stoner. Councillor, we've, just so everybody is aware, we have a I think timing will work to do our next item, which is the housing needs report, and then we'll take our quick break. No, that's okay. So I'm going to pass the chair back to Acting Mayor Stoner, and we're on item 4, which is the interim housing needs report.
Thank you very much, Mayor Herford. We're going to need a quick 5-minute recess while we get the right staff, and we'll come back at 1:06. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Russell. Welcome back, everybody. We are now on item 3 sub 4, the District of Squamish Interim Housing Needs Report 2024 update, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Gunn and Ms. McJannet. Welcome and thank you.
Matt Gunn. Good morning. I'm here to present the District of Squamish Interim Housing Needs Report with my colleagues who will introduce themselves.
Jonas Olnishkis.
Sarah McJannet, hello.
Thank you. The Local Government Act requires municipalities to prepare a housing needs report every 5 years. Recently, Bill 44 established standardized methodology for these reports. The intention is to have consistent, comparable assessments. The reports must identify a 5 and 20-year housing need, and an interim report must be received by January 1st, 2025. Squamish completed a housing needs report in alignment with previous provincial requirements in April of 2023. The interim update, which is presented in this report, will form an addenda to that report with the contents that meet the new provincial requirements. The provincial methodology uses an online tool known as the BC Housing Needs Report Calculator. The 5 and 20-year housing needs is based on the sum of 6 components: households in extreme core housing need, individual experiencing homelessness, suppressed household formation, anticipated growth, increasing the rental vacancy rate to 3%, and a demand buffer. The tool automatically generates the prescribed housing needs for Squamish. According to the tool, 1,586 units are needed in the next 5 years, and 6,300 units are needed over the next 20 years. Please note the report to council that you have with you projects the 5 and 20-year needs from the current year in 2024. Because the calculator identifies the needs for the next 20 years. However, while it's not stated in the calculator, staff were recently informed that the provincial intent was to set the targets from 2021 census data. Therefore, the 5 and 20-year targets should be noted for 2026 and 2041. So there's slight discrepancy in the report and the information we gave you, and I've got a chart here that updates that. We just found that out fairly recently, so my apologies. Broken down as an annual requirement, the update identifies a need for roughly 315 new units per year in Squamish. The majority of these units, 220, are intended to meet anticipated community growth. To put this in perspective, in the 5-year period between the 2016 census and the 2021 census, 2,332 new private dwellings were identified. This equates to an average of 466 new dwellings per year. So the identified needs in the report is below what we have been producing over the last census period. The interim housing report update varies significantly from the needs identified in the 2023 housing needs report that you've previously seen that was produced by the consultancy City Spaces. That report identified a need by 6,840 units between 2021 and 2031, identified on the chart on this screen. The new standardized provincial methodology identifies a need for roughly 1,586 new units by 2027 and a need for 6,300 units by 2041. Please note again, this chart differs from the staff report because of that previous error I just noted. Regardless, there's a significant discrepancy between the housing needs identified in the two reports. I'm going to dig into that just for a second. Fundamentally, the discrepancy reflects a large difference in the expected population growth rate between the two reports. The 2023 report, which is the blue line, or it's identified by the blue line in this graph, was based on the high growth scenario identified in the OCP. That high growth scenario was based on an expected 4% growth rate per year, which reflects the growth rate experienced in the district over the past census period from 2016 to 2021. The 2023 report projects the need for housing over the next 5 years to be expected to be consistent with the need that we experienced over the last 5 years. It essentially says that 5-year growth that we saw over the census period, at the high growth scenario, we're going to anticipate that it could be the same. The new 2024 methodology, which the new report reflects, or the interim report, is based on BC Stats population data. That's the red line in this graph. Historically, BC Stats population projections have underestimated growth in Squamish. The 2024 housing need report, based on that BC Stats information, suggests the need for housing will decrease significantly over the coming 5 years and beyond from what we've experienced in the past. Now, from a staff perspective, it's challenging to take these projections at face value, as we haven't seen evidence of a decline in the need for housing so far since the last 5 years where we were growing at 4%. The lived experience in Squamish does not appear to support the idea that 315 new units a year are meeting the housing needs of the community. Consequently, planning staff do not have confidence in this provincial methodology, to be blunt. The discrepancy highlights the need for well-informed and more robust population projections for our planning purposes. To address this need, the district has hired a consultant to generate a custom population projection model based on demographic information and migration patterns. This model will provide projections for housing demand by unit type, categorized as ground-oriented or apartment, and tenure, rental, or ownership. The projections will include multiple scenarios for different potential growth rates that can be considered for land use planning purposes. This work is being pursued through work on the Squamish Planning Land Insight tool, and staff anticipate having this information early in 2025. These scenarios will inform future work on housing-focused OCP updates, which we'll discuss in a moment. Switching gears, under provincial legislation, the interim housing needs report must also include a statement about the need for housing in close proximity to transportation infrastructure that supports alternative to cars. Without getting into specifics, the district of Squamish policies and plans, such as the OCP and the Community Climate Action Plan, include numerous examples, so it's easy to address that issue. In addition, municipalities must describe actions taken by the local government to address housing needs. Since the most recent housing needs report, the district has been very active in this area and has completed numerous actions under the categories of updating residential zoning, supporting attainable housing, and streamlining permitting. So both these additional requirements from the province are fairly easy to accommodate in the interim report, which is included in the package. Moving forward, provincial requirements mandate an update to the OCP and zoning bylaws to address the 5 and 20-year housing needs outlined in the housing needs report, as outlined for council during the September 10th presentation. This update must be completed by December 31st, 2025. As part of the update, the district will be required to demonstrate there is sufficient land pre-zoned for development to accommodate the number of units identified in the housing needs report. As part of that process, there will be opportunity for council to consider more fulsome population projection work currently underway, in tandem with associated housing growth scenarios and forthcoming information from the split model on anticipated zone capacity for development. Staff intend to bring an update to council on the split model in January. The recommendation to council is that the committee receive the District of Squamish Interim Housing Needs Report 2024 update.
Thank you for your presentation, the work, and your bluntness with respect to the methodology presented in the legislation. Council questions. Mayor Herford, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I think when the community sees a housing needs report, I think that defining the need is really important. So you mentioned in your perspective that we haven't seen any indication that that need is dropping. Could you provide some examples of what an indication would be that the need of housing is being met or is reducing?
To the chair. Yeah, there's a couple, with more time, I could pull together more quantitative methods, but it's just for, off the top, vacancy rates are a really important indicator. We continue to have low vacancy rates, which are a crux for people looking for rental. Price escalation, both in rental and purchase, is another indicator of unmet demand, supply not being high enough, supply and demand effect. We get prices going up. And then I think there's a real big range of qualitative information, our continued work on planning processes. We hear voices from many people in the community who have challenges across a range. People have trouble finding employees because of housing challenges. People have problems finding places to live, displacement, and trouble relocating. With more time, I could come up with a more broad set, but I feel like there's many qualitative and quantitative indicators that our housing need is not met at this time.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we you had a bit more space to sort of back up that statement. As I think that this concept, I think, is interesting for folks to engage with that don't work with it every day. So thank you. That addresses my question.
No problem.
Councillor Pettingill, go ahead.
Yeah, the model or the numbers, if I understand the calculation, seem to assume sort of a linear relationship between below market growth and at market growth, and also rental versus ownership levels. Are there other dials we can turn to sort of move things towards away from rental, or disconnect below market from market growth as additional tools to help solve, like we supercharge our market growth disconnected from below market, then it's easier to fund the below market, for example. Are we really sort of, this is just the way it works? It's not just the provincial regulation. This is just the way housing markets work, and this is what we're working with.
Yeah, through the chair, I might have some trouble like really getting a good answer for you, but there's some things I would like to say to that. One thing with the provincial methodology is that they've, unlike our previous housing needs report, they've just thrown a number out, said, yeah, here's a bunch of indicators that combine to create housing need, but we're just going to say this is the number of units that you should create. And I think it's probably not, again, another aspect of this methodology that I think is flawed is that number is really, there is nuance with that. So with the housing needs report we've commissioned, we're trying to understand both the types of housing that people are looking at, ground oriented versus apartment, the tenures people are looking for. And then in our previous housing needs report, we dug much further into the levels of affordability that people were able to attain. I think your question is, are there dials we can use to target those? And that's, I think, probably a much more complex question to answer. We certainly do need to target a range. We can't just say, hey, we need 315 units a year. It doesn't matter what they are. We need to have more information, and we'll get some of that of the housing needs report. And then there are a whole bunch of dials. We need to work with our housing society to try and create those affordable units. We need to continue to extract opportunities for affordable housing and developments. But I think to answer that question, we'd have to have, again, that more nuanced information, and then have a broader talk about the policies that are available. There are a range, and we do use a lot of those in the planning work that we do. But it's a big question, and it's hard for me to, without a more specific question, hard for me to talk to all of them.
One more, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm also looking at the regional district version for meetings tomorrow. And they have some numbers of expected growth, but the regional growth strategy talks about focusing growth on settlement areas, i.e. municipalities. So when I read that, I sort of think, well, as a regional district, we necessarily wouldn't plan in the areas for this growth. We would expect the municipalities to handle that. So I'm wondering how or if we are coordinating with the regional district and sort of assuming some of that regional growth would come to our way rather than be managed by the regional district.
Through the chair, in this methodology, the calculator, I can only assume that, because it's very prescriptive, you just say Squamish and it pumps out the chart with what you're supposed to do. I can only assume that the numbers that they've created has somehow tried to incorporate that thinking. The biggest chunk of the assumed growth is from community growth. And so whether that's coming from other parts of the region, or what I would suspect is probably even a bigger part coming from the Lower Mainland, that's really the piece that has to anticipate those issues. A lot of the other components are about what's happening in our community and the change in demographics and needs, or the unmet demand. But I think that population growth piece is the part that's intended to address your question. I think it's also the part that we suspect is probably one of the more off pieces, because we have seen so much migration to our community, and so those numbers, I'm guessing, are incorrect. But it's a bit of a black box in terms of how the province has set that up. So I don't know whether they've done much to think about that. And from our perspective, it seems like what they projected is inadequate.
I see Councillor Greenlaw, go ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair, I share your skepticism about the report. It's hard to be on board with predictions that say that we could reach 29,000 people by 2041, which is about where we are now in 2024. In terms of meeting housing needs, could staff please clarify how many units are being built in Redbridge, Sea to Sky, and Oceanfront combined?
Through the chair, we don't have that information offhand. That's something that we'd have to
Okay, well, I did a little bit of looking, and I spoke to a couple developers. It looks like Waterfront is around 2,500, Redbridge is around 400, Oceanfront is 3,000, plus possibly 500 to 1,500 to the adjacent property. And then there's the Chikai development with 1,215 units, which puts us at almost 9,000 units, or over 7,000 that are planned development, not including smaller developments in town. So have we not surpassed even generous housing needs predictions that we have coming down with developments that we have coming down the proverbial pipe?
Go ahead, Mr. Gunn.
Thank you. Through the chair, Great question. I think this is something that we could benefit from a more robust investigation of, and that is the fundamental intent of the work we're doing on the split model, where we are creating a GIS tool that we can look at what's coming down the pipeline and also do some projections on more speculative opportunities for housing growth and try and match that to what we assume is the demand to be informed by this work that's being done by a consultant right now to create these projections. But there's a few things I want to say to your comment. First off, much of what you were describing falls into different types of housing unit produced. For example, in the oceanfront area, a lot of that's going to be apartments. So there is a component of townhouse. And I think one thing we really need to do, and which I'm really looking forward to as part of the split model, is try and look at the demographics that are coming to the community and the anticipated need, whether it's ground or oriented or apartment. I think that'll be a really important learning. And the coarseness of the provincial estimate, just giving us a number of 315, I think is lacking some of the nuance that we should have to really properly figure out how to use our land use or our land moving forward. And then the other piece is the rate of production. Some of those projects like Oceanfront are, we have a lot of units that are coming there, but they will take time. And so we need to make sure we have a good alignment between the types of housing that come online and the time it comes online. And I think really that analysis that we're going to be able to do as part of the split model will help inform that. But I do think there may be some shifts in policy that we might consider as time goes on as we see how those line up with each other.
Do you have another question, Councillor Greenlaw?
No, not right now. Thanks.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much for this. I share skepticism about the provincial numbers. One question I have, so first of all, this housing needs report that we've downloaded from the Heart Association, this satisfies our provincial requirements for January, correct? Check. For our future housing needs report, the potential outcome of this split model, something that's perhaps more realistic, what parts of the methodology, because the province says you must follow this methodology, what parts of that methodology do we have to follow? Do we understand that yet? So for example, when I look at the table 13, I don't know if it's the same, but of the Heart output, it breaks into components A to F: extreme, core housing, persons experiencing homelessness, suppressed household foundation, anticipated growth. Are we required to split up our housing needs into those categories? Because I know our previous housing needs assessment didn't and did something different.
To the chair, the province has changed its methodology, or originally had no methodology, then has created one, and it's hard. I don't know what the province is going to do moving forward in terms of the expectations. If I had to go off what I see now, I suspect that we will continue to have to use some type of calculator, mainly because the province is mandating something across a huge number of municipalities, and they've clearly made a choice to make it easy so that we're not all running around trying to hire the same consultants about the same documents at some cost. They've really simplified it. I'm guessing that's not going to change. And so we are probably going to continue to have some type of simple formulaic housing needs report. I think if we continue to have issues with confidence in that information, we are going to continue to create companion documents when at the pace that we feel is necessary to augment the information. But I suspect for a long time we're going to be going to the calculator and saying, yep, here's what the province says. Now what do we think we need to do? And do we want to go get better information?
Thanks. And so this is, the provincial model and our models, I presume, sort of are projecting out to a 20-year need. I know it's very difficult. A 20-year need is a long time. And I'm not suggesting we need to get numbers for a 40 or a 50-year need, but considering the length of time it takes to produce a development, and considering the finite amount of land we have left available to us, we do need to start thinking about what's happening after this 20-year need is happening, and what pieces are we putting in alignment for that to happen, right? The Chikai debris flow is a great example, barrier is a great example of a development that was going to move forward, 40 years ago, and then got hiccuped for a while. And I fear that we're going to run into these things in 40 years' time where we're not laying down the groundwork right now, laying the seeds for those developments in the future. So can you speak to how we think about longer term than 20 years, longer term than oceanfront, Chikai debris flow area, et cetera?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. And actually, so we've tackled this thinking about the split model. The idea with this model is to look at all of our land and figure out what the capacity of that land is over time. And the model is essentially a demand and supply model. We have, or sorry, demand and supply. We have what is the land capable of producing under different scenarios, and then what could that demand be? Now the demand, we're going to have like a 5 and a 20-year, or actually the 5 is more what people have committed to. But anyway, we're going to have 2 different demand models. But in talking to the consultant, we've said one of our big challenges is when we do infrastructure planning, that pipe that goes in could last 100 years, and we want to have a sense of what might be needed at that 100-year mark. So we've asked them to do it so that we can extrapolate. Obviously, the accuracy goes way out of whack, but we do want to be able to look that far into the future. And so they're trying to set it up so that we can have these kind of long-range guess projections. And so with the GIS component of this model, we can easily look at everything and make scenarios for all of the different areas so that we can say, hey, this area could have, if we really speculate long into the future, this could support, X number of, take a shot and take some guesses at how much housing could go across these larger areas to help us understand the infrastructure, but also to understand where we're going with some of the land use planning. And so I think that GIS model will be the tool that's going to really help us. And we're trying to set that up to understand if populations go in that direction, how could those interact as well? We're trying to be on that. Obviously the accuracy goes way down, but it's an important piece.
It's the cone of uncertainty, right? Thanks.
I appreciate the additional detail, and that's something that we can look forward to discussing more when it comes back to us in the new year. We are talking about the housing needs report at this time for the deadline that we have at the end of this year. I have a few questions myself, and then I'll come back to you, Mayor Herford. So just to clarify, and I think you made this pretty clear in your presentation, but over the last 2016 to 2021, we were building on average 466 dwelling units per year, which is more than what the provincial model is showing that we would need to build our way out of our housing crisis. Is that correct?
Yeah. And that was the census data on the number of identified units. There can be some discrepancies between the building and that, but yes, they were identifying 400 and some units per year new, and that is below what they've set as our target needs.
It's very challenging. And so I guess similar to Councillor Pettingill, this is on the agenda for the regional district tomorrow as well. I am curious what, if any, communication collaboration has happened within the regional district, member municipalities on these numbers, if we know if other municipalities are seeing similar discrepancies to date, or if this is something that's unique to Squamish just given our growth rates. Do we have any insight there in terms of what this means relative to other communities that are doing this work at the same time?
So we haven't actually done communication inside of the Sea to Sky corridor, and so that is a good point and something we haven't pursued, but could in the future. Although we have talked to some other municipalities in other areas as part of the work on the GIS model and how we put that together. And interestingly, we found other communities have done similar work as us, hiring consultants to help create projections, but actually for the opposite reason. One of the communities we were talking to, Kelowna, has hired somebody because they're finding that their housing needs expectations are much higher than what they're experiencing. So I think this tool that's been created for everybody is just not going to be accurate in all these different locations. But I don't know how it's panned out for Whistler and Pemberton, but could look into it.
Yeah, I just wonder how we start to get that feedback to the province. I appreciate where they're trying to go with this, but if it is so widely variable in different directions for different communities, is it actually going to be useful at the end of the day? And we know that legislation was made in a little bit of haste, and they are trying to fill the gap after the fact. And so I do wonder if an advocacy letter back to the province and CCing UBCM would be beneficial, just to make sure that we are providing that feedback. I think that the Ministry of Housing would be open to it at this time, given that it's fairly new. So I'm just curious if that's something that staff would be willing to put together.
Certainly, Warfile, I think maybe the timing of that messaging back to the province would be ideal once we have our own results to compare to what the provincial results are telling us. But certainly we could.
Yeah, I appreciate that context. Those are my questions. Mayor Herford, did you have anything further?
I just wanted to clarify what we're being asked here is just to receive this report, to tick that box, to use the language we heard earlier. And this provincial number in our context essentially sets a baseline, but there's no issue in reconciling whatever our work is to this document and OCP and so on going forward. We can choose to sort of be our own model if that's what we deem appropriate, or is there some level of untanglement that we need to do with this model that is clearly challenging, to say the least?
Through the chair, I think the way you described it, it's going to set a baseline that we have to show that we can satisfy. I think Councillor Greenlaw highlighted that we have a lot of units that are in the pipeline. I don't think we're going to have trouble showing that alignment. And yes, we have all the discretion in available to look at other potential scenarios and determine what we think are appropriate goals to reach for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So my colleague just highlighted in the work that the consultant is doing for us, the BC Stats is actually forming one of the scenarios. We're going to get 4 scenarios, and BC Stats is one of them. We assume it'll probably be the low one. Others are based on trends that we've had, growth trends over 10 and 5 years, and then another one based on development possibilities.
Okay. With that answer, I'm ready to move the staff recommendation, if that's where you're.
I just want to check in with Councillor Greenlaw. Is that a legacy hand, or do you have a new question?
That's a legacy hand.
Nope, that's totally fine. Then we'll go to Mayor Herford, who's moving the staff recommendation. I saw a second by Councillor Hamilton. Any further comments on this matter? Go ahead.
I'll just be brief. I think this is obviously a challenging report and doesn't match with our lived experience, never mind the professional expertise that we have here within the building. So I will be looking for those advocacy pieces, and thank you, Councillor Stone, for raising that. Going forward, I think it's important that this gets done correctly. But for this step, I'm happy to receive the report and look forward to those next conversations.
Councillor Hamilton, did you have a comment? No. Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you. With respect to population growth projections and the prescribed methodologies from the province that have been discussed today, I think that for me, there's questions left to be asked. They're general ones, considerations and questions regarding our local economy and a community-wide focus for being a complete community. And these are questions that the province is not going to ask us. It's up to us. Are we going to be a suburb? Are we going to look after export-oriented economy, or just look after population serving commercial and retail? These are questions that keep coming to me. We'll come back to them as we receive the presentation on the split. With respect to monitoring progress, we have in our OCP, as has been referenced, maintaining a local housing inventory, but we also have in our OCP maintain and regularly update an employment lands inventory. And the split modeling will only be a part of that task. So I think that we need to give serious considerations to looking at jobs to housing ratio balance, not on a neighborhood level alone or in a sub-area plan level, but community-wide. And again, the province is not going to prompt us to do this, but we need to do it so that we can keep in balance. And not only with respect to employment lands and our local economy and the function generally of the community, but also amenities. Are we keeping up there too? So these are just broader questions. We'll come back to them again later. Thank you.
Thanks for the comments, Councillor Anderson. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the report. It's an interesting read, and I sort of echo that I think the province is not hitting realistic numbers for us, and I'm glad we're doing our own analysis because I think that's going to be a lot more applicable to our actual circumstance. I just do want to pick up on one key point in a lot of the discussion. It really talks to provincially or even our own reporting, responding to growth, responding to demand. I know the province sets minimum requirements, but I think it's important for us, especially in our high demand scenario where there's demand for many different forms and so on, as my colleague said, the forms we choose, what portions of the demand we choose to serve will really shape our community. And so I think we should, I know some people would like us to put up a wall and not let anyone else in. We can't do that. And it's probably not a good idea anyways, but we can shape what that growth looks like. And so I hope that as we go forward, we don't just assume that we can only respond. We do have a role to shape, and our OCP and other things will inform that. But I think it's just worth keeping at the top of mind. Thank you.
Not seeing any further hands, I'll make a few comments. And thanks staff for the report, although it does feel like a bit of a check mark on the legislative requirements. It's important to do. And at least the province made it easy for us to achieve it. So that was one piece of feedback that we had given to the province was if you're going to legislate this at a certain timeline, don't make us go spend a whole bunch of money on consultants. So despite it not necessarily being the most robust numbers coming out, we are here, and I appreciate the path forward that staff have identified with the forthcoming split model, the additional identification and breakdown of what's driving that housing need. I think to Councillor Pettingill's point, these aren't just projections and putting out unit numbers to try and like growth for the sake of growth. It's really just making sure that we understand the demand, how we can best serve our community, and make sure that this is somewhere that everybody can call home across that housing spectrum. And so having a really deep understanding of what that need is, where we can build, and how we can build those units for everybody in our community is important. And that's what this work does. Maybe not this specific piece of work, but the next piece of work. So thanks for getting us across the line on this one, and looking forward to the work going forward. Councillor Greenlaw, is that another new hand? Yes, go ahead. I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that my concern with reports like this is the amount of information that it's lacking. The relevancy of the numbers presented notwithstanding, this report is missing crucial information like how much will the infrastructure to support this level of housing expansion entail, and what types of amenities are required for this level of growth, how much housing is currently underway. And I'd like to request that the deliverables from the consultant we are engaging include the developments that have been approved of and that are in progress, so we have some sort of estimate of how we're meeting these targets. I've requested this before, and I'll request it again. It's really difficult to make informed decisions about development and infrastructure in our community without this information. So thanks.
All right, with that, I will call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, Council, we on our agenda are on number 3 sub 5. And while it looks like we are like only 10 minutes behind schedule, we've actually worked through an hour-and-a-half lunch and haven't taken a break. So I'm going to propose that we actually refer item 3.5, which is the draft housing agreement template for affordable home ownership, to a future committee of the whole. And that's seconded by Mayor Herford. So just to speak to that briefly, I have checked in with staff, and there isn't a immediate time urgency on this item. And given where we are at in our day, that's the recommendation, is just to refer it to a future conversation so that it can be a fulsome conversation and we still get a bit of a break and are able to eat and come back for the remainder of our agenda and then our special. So it's already a long day. So I will call to question on that motion to refer to a future meeting. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And we will break until, how long do you folks want? 20 minutes, half hour? 20 minutes? 30? Okay, we'll come back at 2:10. Thank you very much. Great. All right. Welcome back, everybody. It is 2:15 on December 10th. We are in the Committee of the Whole on item 3 sub 6, Housing Squamish Contribution Agreement 2025 to 2029. And I will pass it over to Mr. Valeniskis for his presentation. Thank you.
A report and a draft contribution agreement for between the district and the Squamish Community Housing Society. The hope of today is to get any feedback from council as we finalize the agreement, and then endorsement so that the agreement can be signed following the adoption of the budget. So a little bit of background. Council has seen this item come up a few times in the last 2 months or 3 months. A little bit of overview of Housing Squamish, created in 2022 by the district. The initial contribution agreement expires in August of next year. You can see in the table the funding to date between 2022 and what's been allocated for 2025. The funding discussed in the preparation for the agreement is also in the table, the second table on the screen, and it decreases from 2025 to 2029 by 75,000. So the proposed funding sources, this is coming out of the budget, is a combination of taxation, affordable housing reserve, and the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund for the next 5 years. For the next 3 years, it's coming from CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund. However, the district would be supplementing the affordable housing reserve with payments that come out of taxation to make sure that we have that sustainable funding for 2028 and 2029 when we know that CMHC funding is no longer going to be available. So in 2028, the funding switches essentially from CMHC to affordable housing reserve and taxation. The agreement is fairly simple and standard. It provides stable funding to the Housing Society for the next 5 years. Requires that accounting and administrative records are maintained and are available for the district to review. That the commitments outlined in the business plan, which the executive summary is attached to council report and to the agreement, are pursued with allowance for amendments as things change. We know things change every year, and you have to sometimes redirect your efforts. So the agreement allows for that. The agreement also secures statutory declaration review services for third-party housing agreements. So those agreements that we have with private developers for affordable housing, we are starting to get the statutory declarations, and the society would be providing the review services instead of the district having to review and confirm that everything's accurate in the stat declarations for those units. The society would provide that as capacity allows. So again, there's a little bit of flexibility there. And then finally, there's annual reporting by Housing Squamish on various operations and financial matters. And this is it. The recommendation from staff is that council or committee receive the contribution agreement. We will take any feedback from council and incorporate it into the agreement, and then authorize the mayor and corporate officer to sign the agreement following adoption of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Council. Any questions at this time? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Very supportive of the contributions and the general the details of the contribution agreement. One of my questions is actually related to the agenda item that we didn't have time for today, which was this possibility of home ownership within the affordable housing. And I noticed in that draft contract, it noted a housing society. Would Housing Squamish be that housing society? And if so, would Housing Squamish, would we need to accommodate that in this contract or make an amendment in this contract for that to be the case?
Through the chair, so just to clarify, the partnership or the housing agreement that was on the agenda that no longer is for today's agenda time contemplates essentially someone supervising the sale of units in a privately owned affordable housing project. And to recruit the society in providing those services, we would have to amend this agreement. This agreement does not contemplate the provision of those services at this time.
So since those two things are so, it seems so clear that they're tightly related, was Housing Squamish consulted on the possibility of the housing ownership
Sorry, I'm going to
ability for inclusion in
I'm
the...
going to just check in on the line of questioning. We are not talking about the housing agreement for affordable home ownership at this time. We have the contribution agreement to Housing Squamish before us. And so I appreciate that they are connected. I think perhaps the line of questioning is, are those services accounted for in this contribution agreement? And I've heard staff say no. Yeah, go ahead.
Would it be possible in an amendment to this, should we want to do that in the near term future, would an amendment of that kind be appropriate within a year or so, or would we have to wait for, this is a 5-year agreement, would we have to wait for the long time in order to incorporate that?
Through the chair, I expect that there may be amendments through the 5 years. So I'm sure we can accommodate discussions with the society. Because the template that's proposed for affordable homeownership is just a template, there's no project yet. So we have quite a bit of lead time. You know, we're at least, I would say, 3 years away from having to consider this.
Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
I hadn't really thought of this before, but if is there a reason why this agreement would, I guess I'm not clear on why this agreement would have to change, or is there not a way to have an agreement where if the housing society wanted to get involved in this other thing, they could, as long as they're still hitting the number of units delivered and so on talked about here? Like, are those other things that this agreement actually needs to worry about, or why would we sort of want to enshrine sort of new opportunities in this?
Through the chair, it's not absolutely necessary to reflect everything that the society might do in this agreement. This is just, it's a contribution agreement. You know, there may be other revenue sources outside of the district that the society might want to pursue that are not part of this agreement.
Yeah, I will add to that reviewing things like stat declarations, which has been included specifically for non-market rental in this contribution agreement, is a fair bit of work. And so if you're going to add on an affordable home ownership model, is a whole other bucket of work. And so that's probably where a renegotiation would have to happen because of a capacity perspective if the district wanted the housing society to do that work. Would that be a fair comment, Mr. Velasquez?
That's correct, yes.
Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you. I guess my other question was, I believe these are the same numbers we've seen before, very close, but things have moved quickly with the province. There's been changes and so on. Are we still at a point where we're confident that the numbers we're talking about here are sufficient to achieve the goals we want, or are we sort of really pushing it close to the limit, or do we have a sense of?
The numbers haven't changed since the budget deliberations. So I think we've started this conversation in September in preparation for the agreement. And then in October, we had the budget conversation and collected council's feedback on the preferences for funding. And this is still the same. This is essentially option one of that budget discussion.
Not seeing any other hands. I have a few questions myself. In the agreement, it speaks to providing, the district providing privacy training for the society. Am I correct in assuming that that's IT related? What type of privacy training are we speaking of?
It's for risk management related to the stat declaration review services.
Okay, that's helpful. I wonder if maybe we just want to clarify that a little bit in the language when it gets brought back. My other question was in the section of the agreement that speaks to the obligations of the district. It's pretty limited. There's just 2 bullet points around annual funding and then facilitate or otherwise provide privacy training. The business plan from the society does speak frequently around working in partnership with the district, especially on a number of specific parcels. And so I just wonder if there was any sort of contemplation of adding a bullet point in the obligations of the district in terms of being responsive, especially around those particular projects that have been identified as necessary to achieve the business plan. So being cautious about how we actually commit the district in this language, but recognizing that the district being at the table as a partner on things like government road is going to be really necessary to make that successful. And so I'm just like, there's a piece here that I feel like is perhaps missing in the language.
And there's probably more aspects of this relationship that are not captured in this contribution agreement. So staff would recommend to continue keeping it general. Of course, we are going to be working with society on any project that they might undertake in terms of new construction. I don't think it's necessary, but we could look at that. And I just wanted to clarify that staff are not intending to bring this back to council. This is collecting feedback and then adding it in, and because we have the funding that which should start in January essentially. So we're trying to finalize it before then.
Yeah, sorry, fair enough. It was just the second item that said to incorporate feedback as discussed. So appreciate that wouldn't necessarily come back to council, but incorporate that. Appreciate that comment too, that there's benefit to keeping it a little bit more open. Any other questions, council, at this time? No, there's a staff recommendation in front of us. Anybody moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Mayor Herford. Any further comments? Go ahead.
Thank you, staff, for working with Housing Squamish, and thank you to Housing Squamish for working so hard to provide affordable housing throughout our community. I think this Housing Squamish is one of many ways that we need to provide affordable housing through our community. And I'd like to, acknowledge that by partnering with the district in this very formal way, they are in my mind, the primary affordable housing society, and one that the district should look to for all processes involved in delivering affordable housing before looking elsewhere. Thanks.
Any further comments at this time? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
I'd just like to acknowledge that I appreciate how the agreement makes explicit that we are going to be pursuing this with the possibility of changes and updates that may be needed to respond to future realities. I think it's always healthy to express that contingency explicitly. And also in the Housing Squamish business plan, I'm very pleased to see an explicit commitment to generating a pipeline of acquisition and development sites over the next 3 to 5 years. That's really necessary. And also that options will be evaluated ongoing for property management, different models for that. So very good all around. Thank you.
I'll echo my thanks to staff and the Housing Society for getting us to this point. It is definitely an evolving partnership, and even just the comparison between the first form of this contribution agreement to now, I think elaborates on the partnership a little bit more and clarifies roles and responsibilities, and I think sets us up for a good course for the next 5 years. I'd like to thank my council colleagues for their support in continuing to provide really steady funding for the Housing Society so that they are well set up to do a really important job in our community in trying to deliver more affordable housing, because we know we need it. So with that, I will call to question any opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Mayor Herford, go ahead.
I was just going to propose that we terminate this meeting.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Councillor French, I appreciated the kitty cat visit. If you could bring them back, they were really cute. We'll see you all for the special in a half hour. Thank you.